awake to the sunburn, ready for duty. Yahoo! 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 How's everybody doing today again? Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! So today's a bit of a late stream. I was up until quite late yesterday, and so I was a little bit tired. I'm not quite sure how much sleep I got last night though, because I took a nap in the middle of the day because I was like, I know I'm gonna be going to bed late, so I took a little nap, and I think that was about half an hour to an hour, and then I wake up, had to do my thing, and then I slept maybe 7 hours on top of that. I don't know. I think I woke up. So I officially woke up about half an hour ago. So I apologize if my brain is a little bit drowsy right now, because normally I have much longer before waking up and streaming. But today I want to give myself as much sleep time as possible. And yeah, so but then what happened, right, is I woke up about an hour and a half ago, right? So an hour before I officially woke up. And then I never actually went back to bed after that. I kept fading in and out of consciousness. And every time I'd check my phone, it'd be 10 minutes in the future. And then eventually my alarm went off and I got out of bed. Yep, that's basically how it worked. I don't know, I'm really pushing my wake up times recently. I'm like, alright, if I wake up next time 20 minutes before stream, can I make it on stream on time? Because really, it's not that much, right? I wake up, I go to the toilet, I go get food, I eat it, and then I stream. I set up my stream and I stream. And setting up the stream really takes 5 minutes max, right? Gotta set up my phone, what else goes into setting up the speedrunning, waking up? Exactly. Yeah, what else goes into a stream? Gotta open up all my programs. I suppose that takes a little while, right? Gotta make sure that everything's working as well. Although I've got it in a way to where everything just auto works. I don't really have to set anything up, you get me? It just all works. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I feel like the gods have cursed me a little bit, you get me? I've been cursed by something, maybe an evil witch. I'm not sure, but I woke up this morning, right? And I was like, I'll just watch a quick 5-minute video because I'm a little bit, tired still. I got a little bit of time before stream. And so I go onto YouTube to see if there's a video I want to watch. And literally the very first video that pops up is one about toilets. And I'm like, why? I don't talk about toilets that much, do I? YouTube has to stop recommending me toilet videos. They're talking about the perfect toilet shape or whatnot, and I was like, what? I was like, what is this? But no, it's okay, it's okay. I talk about more than just toilets, right? I talk about trains, metro lines, yeah, monorails. No, it's just the toilets and me. Hold on, I'm searching something up real quick. But no, I talk about many things, right? We can all agree on that one, can't we? Man, I'm so drowsy right now. My brain is working at half the speed it needs to. I'm like, whoa, What's up? It's fine. It's fine. The sun will be up soon, right? For me, the sun is about to rise. Probably in some time. I'm not actually sure what time the sun rises. Huh. Is it the same? No, it can't be the same for everyone. It's like different, right? Depending on how north and south you are. And also like east and west, obviously. But like, I'm talking about if someone was directly on my latitude, is it? Yeah, latitude, right? The vertical one, latitude. But had like, you know, a different... No, wait, huh? Yeah, if someone... What I'm trying to say, if someone was like 50, 100 kilometers north of me, right? Would they have a different sunrise and sunset? Or would it be the exact same? Assuming we're both in like the southern hemisphere as well. I'm not sure. Who knows? I'm sure it would be different, right? Because I've been told... What do you call it? People who live in the equator apparently just don't have seasons. Like, they got seasons, but like, they don't have seasons, right? It's like, it's just the same weather all year round. But like, for us, right? For me at least, in Australia, it's sort of summer. You get the long days and you get like, it's very noticeably hotter. And then in winter, it's very noticeably colder. Days are much shorter. Yeah. Yeah, on the poles there is no sun at all. Well, I'm pretty sure isn't it like in winter, it's no sun for 6 months straight. And then in summer, it's like sun for 6 months straight and there's no night. They just don't get night on the poles. Man, I don't think I could do that. I need my night. Night is when I'm at my best, you know? Having no night, or like even, I feel like never getting sun as well would kind of suck. You'd have to start eating a bunch of oranges, right? Get the vitamin C in you. And also be taking some vitamin D supplements as well. Yeah. Ah, man. I don't know what it must be like. Probably pretty cold, right? Probably pretty cold. Although, I'm sure the only people living on the Arctic are like scientists anyways. And so it's like, at least you're getting paid. Like, there are people that go there, right? You know, to, whatchamacallit? They go to the Arctic just to, like, sightsee. Just to go there and be like, wow, isn't this beautiful? Look at these penguins. I want to touch the penguins. And it's like, no, you're not allowed to pet the penguins. I feel like I should never be allowed near the South Pole. I'm going to try to hug and pet all the penguins. To do science stuff? Exactly. They're over there. What kind of jobs do you do at the, South Pole. I keep wanting to say the North Pole. Nah, the South Pole. Because the North Pole, you know, it baffled me, right? Because in Australia, we don't learn about the North Pole. You learn about the South Pole because that's where Antarctica is. And it's so close to us and it's so much better than the North Pole. But it surprised me, right? That people have this word for the North Pole, right? The Arctic. But there's no landmass there. Like, there's Russia, Canada, and I think Scandinavia is also up there. Oh, and Greenland, that's what I'm thinking about. There's Russia, Greenland, and, you know, Canada. But it's like, what? That's like not a landmass. That's 3 separate landmasses. And I'm pretty sure the exact pole doesn't even go over land half the time, right? North Pole. But there is a lot of ice. Antarctica has more. Antarctica has more. Fight me on it. Yeah, the geographic and magnetic North Pole are not over land. That's stupid. The South Pole is so much better. What? We have a whole, like, landmass. We've got animals down there. It's so much better. Where does Santa live? Does Santa live on the North Pole or the South Pole? He lives in the North Pole. Huh. Which North Pole? Huh? Which North Pole? Magnetic, geographic, huh? I like how there's different, I like how there's different poles, you know? And how they're always constantly moving, so you're always confused. And then once every, 60,000 years, the poles just switch. For no reason, they just flip over. North becomes south and south becomes north. He lives there because of the tax reasons. Where there is no land, there is no tax. Exactly. Do you think pirates are getting taxed? Only when they go back to other countries they get taxed. Do you think... Okay, here's my question, right? You know those countries with no fly zones over them? Do you think there's no fly zones? Do you think Santa's allowed to fly through them? Do you think Santa's allowed to do no fly zones? And also, another question. You know how you gotta pay import tax if you want to bring any goods over to a country, and also sometimes you have to pay a fee just to get into a country? Do you think Santa pays it? Do you think Santa has to pay tax whenever he goes to other countries? I wonder. Do you think his little minions get taxed? Do you think he pays his elves and then are like, alright, I'm technically the boss of the North Pole, give me your money back. If you're fast enough, you can fly anywhere. Avoid the, what's it called where they've got the automatic missiles that'll shoot at any planes flying over a no-fly zone? Santa's just dodging. Like in Top Gun. If you've ever watched Top Gun Maverick, they're flying through all of the missiles and dropping their flares and whatnot. Yeah. Top Gun. Rooster. I actually don't. It's been a while since I've watched Top Gun. What quotes are there? I remember the trust your instincts. Don't think, just do. Man, Top Gun, great movie. Great movie. Love the visuals as well. Yeah. But no, because you know how governments, right? I always found it really funny. I guess I sort of get why they do it, but I found it sort of funny. Governments, they pay their government staff, right? They pay the people who work at the White House. And they pay the people who work at the tax office. And they pay public schools. And they pay, what else do governments pay for? Do they pay councils? Do councils get paid, or are they all volunteer work? I wonder. But no, they pay all of these people, right? And then they pay teachers as well. Public teachers, they pay them. And then you know what? They tax the teachers. And they tax the schools. And they tax the government offices. And I'm like, why? I can sort of understand, right? Why you would need to tax, the workers themselves. Okay, I can understand that. Because if the worker has another income, source of income, another salary, for example, if they're investing, that's also considered your salary and all of that, then you need to add that on top of what they're already making, right? And so that makes sense. You just pay teachers a little bit more, which I'm sure that's what they're doing, right? They're like, I feel so bad for taxing teachers. What was it, 30%? And so we're going to pay them 30% more than we would have if we just let them be tax-free. But then, that's the thing, it's I understand government workers. What I don't understand is there's so many stories out there of government gives money to school, right? Because schools need money to do all of their events and to keep their infrastructure running and to pay their bills and to, do all of that, right? And then apparently the government taxes that money that the school just received from the government. The donation tax. If you were to receive a $40,000 gift from someone, that would get taxed, right? It's not like you get all $40,000. That would get taxed. And apparently, the government taxes the money it gives to its agencies, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't know. I found that weird. You know, you give money to someone and then take a portion of that money back immediately. I don't know. I just think it's kind of weird that someone would do that. You sure? I don't think the money gets taxed, but maybe it depends on the country. I hope this is a state-specific thing. I remember when I was in school, I was talking about it to a teacher once. And the teacher was like, yeah, no, they definitely tax the money that they give to the schools. And then he was like, apparently the government also gives money to private schools, right? And then, like, not as much as the public schools, because public schools rely on government money, whereas private schools get a lot of money from their students. Well, the students' parents, to be more exact. I don't get why you would send your kid to private school. It's just so much for so little. But no, and then, whatchamacallit? And then he was like, yeah, they give us, you know, our yearly budget, and then they tax that yearly budget, and then they give private schools some, like, small amount just to keep them happy, and they don't tax the amount they give to private schools, and I'm like, what? What is up? What is up? Ah, man. If you can't tell already, I went to a public school. I was not a private school kid, but I don't understand. Like, I understand the rhetoric behind wanting to send your kids to private school. It's like, oh, they got good education, and, you know, it's like, they can focus, like, they supposedly are supposed to have more, less students per teacher. And so the teacher can focus on individual students a bit better and all of that. You know, they've got better amenities for the students. And I don't know. I'm sort of like, I feel like $40,000 a year. It's kind of, I don't know, that's like almost a yearly salary after tax and whatnot. Like, I'm pretty sure if you were an average Australian, right? And you were paying for, like, you know, your housing tax, your land tax, whatever. You're paying for food for your whole family, including the kid, by the way. Including your kid, which you have, which is also a teenage kid, right? Teenage kids eat a lot. Especially, like, teenage boys are just always eating. And then you gotta pay for, whatchamacallit? You gotta pay all your bills, your electricity bill. Also, like, when you gotta pay for stuff for your kid, right? It's not just the school fee, which is, as I said, about $40,000 depending on the school. You also gotta pay for the uniform. You gotta pay for, you know, your child will probably want a device to use at school. And they will want money to go hang out with friends. And all of this. An average Australian wage could not afford that. And actually, that's a lot of chocolate bars. Yeah, exactly. That's so many chocolate bars. That's like, let's do the math. If we're gonna assume it's about $40,000, right? $40,000. How much is a chocolate bar? I don't know. They've gone up. This is another thing where I'm like, wow, inflation. They used to be $1 on average, and now I think they're $2.50. But like, they do go on sale half price. But still, $2.50 for a chocolate bar. I could barely justify spending $1, let alone $2.50. I'm talking about, like, you know, like a classic Kit Kat or like a Snickers or something like that. I'm not talking about like the tiny ones. I'm talking about, like, you know, solid 15 centimeters. Yeah. But no, we'll go at $2.50. 40,000 divided by 250. Yeah, that's like 16,000 chocolate bars. That's so much. But it's like, I don't know, I found at public school, right? It's like, you get most of the things that they say at private school. And also, here's my theory, right? You can give a child the best education. You can give a child, like, you know, the best whatnot. Like, you can give the child whatever tutors they want and all of that, right? But if the child's not going to put in effort, the child's going to do way worse than a public school kid that does put in effort. You get me? Like, you can't just pay your way out of that. I would say, yeah, like a child that does 2 hours of study a week is already outdoing a private school kid that does 0 hours of study a week. Like, it's not that big of a difference, really. That's like enough chocolate for a week. How much chocolate are you eating in a day? Actually, let me think. I think it's less than 1 in a day, right? Like, how much do I eat in a week? 1, 2, I eat maybe 4 in a week, maybe. I don't know. I have a stash of chocolate, right? My emergency stash of chocolate. If ever I get really sad and I'm like crying in bed, I'm like, I got chocolate. Chocolate's my friend, you get me? But then it's like, I bought too much chocolate at one point. And so I sort of, you know, I kind of just take chocolate out of my chocolate stash now every now and then. But no, I don't know. I find if I eat too much chocolate in a day, like, more than like one chocolate. You know, like 1 15-centimeter chocolate bar. Talking about the chocolate bars. I feel like I get sick, you know? Because it's like, I don't actually know what it is. It feels like it's so much sugar. And it makes me sick. But if I ate the same amount of sugar, but there was like a bit more padding it out, like, it was like a curry, right? And the curry had sugar in it. And it was technically the same amount of sugar as a chocolate bar, but over an entire meal, I feel like it wouldn't feel as sick. But when it's like literally just sugar, especially when I like haven't eaten in the past couple hours, kind of just feel sick. I don't know, does anyone else feel that way? The chocolate coma. But yeah, no, chocolate, I don't know. I love chocolate, but it's also kind of my enemy, you get me? Chocolate's my enemy. I wonder how many chocolate private school kids are eating. But no, I remember I used to have a bunch of, whatchamacallit? I used to have, not a bunch of, like a couple. I used to have a couple private school friends. Private school kid friends. There we go. And it was always insane, like, they were so, like, even the kid was so loaded. And it's like, they would talk about their experience with their friends, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, I remember one of them, right? One of them was like, back in, you know, this is back when, like, back when I was in school, right? And we're like the same age, and they're like, oh, I got a friend who's like streaming games on Twitch or whatnot. And then they're like, yeah, he's got like a $2,000 PC, and he bought a $500 keyboard for me. No, that's what started it, right? She was like, oh, he had to apologize to me for something because he broke a secret of mine, and as an apology, he gave me a $500 keyboard. And I was like, what? When public school kids apologize, they just say sorry. They don't even give an apology gift. And they're like, oh yeah, my parents only make like 6 figures in a year, or like 7 figures in a year. And I'm like, what? What? Like, yeah, that's nothing for our school. You know, I know people who are like, you know, who got tens of millions of dollars, and I'm like, you don't need to continue. Is chocolate not poisonous for cats? Maybe that's a problem. I didn't think about that. Maybe it is. I don't know. I know cats can eat chocolate in small amounts and then we'll get sick, so maybe that's what's been happening. I don't know. My dog has definitely eaten chocolate before. My dog loves chocolate, and so we've got to be careful. Now I'm a lot more careful, but back when he was just a little pup, I was careful, mind you. I was careful. I don't take any responsibility or blame, but my family was less careful. They would have like chocolate on their bedside tables, or like chocolate laid down on a shelf, and then he would get the chocolate eat the entire chocolate. And every time we'd be like so concerned. Then we'd Google like, because he would always eat milk chocolate. That's the thing, right? He'd always eat milk chocolate, and so it's like, it was fine because every time we would, like, there's a chocolate calculator online for like how much, you know, how much chocolate is in the chocolate. And we're like, oh, okay, it's fine. He's safe. But he would always look so sick afterwards. Like, he would sort of just stay in bed for a day and then he would be fine afterwards. So maybe that's what's up. Maybe me eating chocolate just is poisonous and I haven't figured it out. Shucks. I remember one time my dog ate a whole Toblerone, all to himself, an entire Toblerone. That's when we were most concerned. And also, right, when I went to New Zealand, I decided, oh, you know, I'll be a good sister, right? I'll get my brother some chocolate, right, from New Zealand. Because as I said, there was like that New Zealand chocolate, the Wittix chocolate or whatever it's called. So I got him one of those. And I also got him some Hershey's Kisses. Because it's like, I don't know, my brother seems like the kind of person, right, to see Hershey's on like YouTube or whatnot and be like, wow, I wish I had that cool American thing. Because they don't really sell it in Australia. It's like, yeah, you can buy it, but you kind of gotta go out of your way. And so to find it in New Zealand and back and save, I was like, I have to get him this. And so I bought him some Hershey's Kisses. And then he didn't even eat them. My dog ended up eating them. And I remember his girlfriend, right? His girlfriend was like, oh, I'm so sad right now. And my brother was like, oh, is it because the dog ate the chocolate? And she's like, yeah, well, I know the dog is going to be fine. I know he's not going to be sick. I'm just sad I didn't get to eat it myself. And I was like, wow, okay, I see where you stand. I see where you stand with our dog. I see. But no, my dog loves eating chocolate, and I also love eating chocolate. Do dogs always hate cats? I feel like I've seen, like, videos of, like, dogs and cats just being the bestest of friends. I think, what is it? They say, if you're gonna get a dog and a cat, make sure that the cat's the older one, right? Because the cat is much less aggressive than the dog. Like, the dog, if it's the older one, will sort of tend to be a little bit more aggressive towards the cat. But if the cat's the older one, the cat, you know, cats are lazy. They're just lazing around all day. I can confirm. And so, if the cat's like the boss, you know, the top dog, except it's not a dog, it's a top cat, then it can sort of like not bully around the dog. Keep the dog in check, you know? Make sure the dog doesn't bully the cat. And, you know, I gotta say, I am older than my dog. I don't think... How old do dogs live? How old do dogs... Not gods. I spelled it backwards. How long do dogs live? 10 to 13 years. There we go. You know, not to give away my age or anything, but I am a little bit older than 10 to 13 years old. You get me? Actually, no, that's a big lie, isn't it? How old am I? Hold on. If I was 0 years old, if I was 0 days old on... whatchamacallit? If I was 0 days old on the 23rd of August, I'm 1, 2, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I'm 19 days old. Which I can confirm, my dog is older than 19 days old. You kind of... I feel like... You're not allowed to own a dog when they're that young, right? Like, unless you're the breeder, but like, you can't buy a dog from like a breeder or like an animal shelter or any of that. You can't really buy a dog when it's that young. So you are a hag. Oi! What you calling me, huh? old. Come on. Jeez. I don't know. I've considered at some point being like, would it really matter if I like told people my age? Because it's like, I don't know. It would be like, I mean, one thing I would find weird, right, is, which I understand, right? But being a female VTuber and being under 18 would be a little bit like, as I said, it's fine like as a VTuber, right? You know, there's like obviously people have their opinions on whether people under the age of 18 should be like streaming publicly on the internet or whatnot, but I don't know. Actually, I don't know what I think. But, you know, sometimes audiences can be a little bit strange about VTubers sometimes, you know? But, like, I mean, it's not like that. You get me? You get me? It's not like this sounds so weird to say. I feel like you guys know it, right? I keep being like, oh, back when I was in high school. I'm not a minor, okay? There we go. I said it. I've confessed. I'm a legal adult. I felt like, you know, I've talked about alcohol and whatnot before. It would be a little bit suspicious if I was under 18 drinking alcohol. By the way, the legal age in Australia to be drinking is 18 years old. It's not 21 like in America, or 20 in Japan, I believe. Is it? You don't mind? No. Well, I don't know. Wait, hold on. What is the biggest hole I've ever dug? I think it was at the beach, right? I don't think I've really dug any like land holes. And I'm gonna say, I don't know. We were trying to dig a tunnel, but also we all knew the risks. And by we, I mean me and my cousins, right? We went to the beach together once, and we tried to dig a tunnel, right? But we all knew like the risks of digging a tunnel. Like you shouldn't go into the tunnel, and so it was kind of pathetic. We were just digging, but like the tunnel was only 50 centimeters deep. Because any more, or not 50 centimeters, you know, like an arm's length deep. Because any more, and we would have had to like stick our heads in, which once again, shouldn't ever do. And so it's like, but is that a hole? Do you consider a hole like a hole size by its depth? Or by like its total like length, including like if it starts going horizontal, you get me? Is a cave a hole? Is a cave a hole? Or is a cave its own thing? You get me? Like, if I were to dig straight down, is that any more of a hole than a cave is going horizontally? You get me? Which one is, like, more valid? I did mention I did mention that story of the person who, once again, could be folktale. I never know. It could be a folktale, but I did mention the story about the person who got it stuck in a computer. Once again, why? I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, no, I don't think I've dug. I don't think I'm that much of a miner. No. Also, like in games, usually mining isn't one of my favorite activities. You know, Minecraft. Actually, to be fair, I don't really find like I don't really enjoy Minecraft that much alone. Like for me, maybe it's just because I played it like ages ago, right? Like I played Minecraft as a kid, and so it's like I've got experience in Minecraft, and so it's like a little bit boring just to go back on it to build something again or to try to beat the Ender Dragon and whatnot. So I found Minecraft the most fun when I'm playing with friends, and it's like I don't really have any objective or goal. It's just, I'm just trying to like, you know, you get me? I'm just trying to like goof around. That's how I like to play games. I used to be someone, you know, I've got opinions about games actually. As an avid board gamer, I've got my opinions about games, right? Because games, like, I've played a couple games where there's someone there and they, like, get bored in the game, or like they don't want to play it anymore, and it's like a competitive game. Like, I'm talking about board games, this happens most in. Yeah, like, we start playing a board game, and then someone there says they'll play, but then doesn't want to play, and then either one, they just purposely throw, or two, what I've also had is sometimes they just like, they goof around, right? They make the game fun for themselves, and it's like, they, you know, say it's like Monopoly, they'll give all their money to like a player for no reason, and then that player will win. And it's like, wow, that player was basically playing with like two players' money instead of just the one. And it's like, I used to hate that as a kid. Because I'd be like, wow, you're just ruining the game. The goal of a game is to win. With friends, there is way more motivation to play. Yeah, exactly. Although, I also feel like with friends, it's a bit hard as well, right? Because I've had moments where I've been in like a Discord call, right? And then someone's like, let's play a game. And I'm like, all right, let's play a game, sure, whatever. I don't really care. And then they all decide on a game, and it's a game I don't want to play. But I'm like, I'm the only one who doesn't want to play it, it seems. And so I'm like, I'm not gonna hold these people back just to, you know, just because I don't want to play the game. And then it's like, I'm kind of not having that much fun in the game. Like, when I'm having fun talking to my friends, but then especially when my friends get like too, like, deep into the game, they're like too focused on the game, I'm like, I don't know. I just, like, sometimes with friends, most of the times with friends, I'll say most of the time with friends, games become more enjoyable. There are times though, there are times when games sort of become a bit less enjoyable. But no, I would say, yeah, one of the best things you can do is like find different groups of friends, which isn't something that I've done, by the way. I do not have enough friends that like playing games to like find these groups of people. But yeah, you gotta like have different groups of friends that like have different interests and whatnot. And so it's like, you kind of know, you know? Like, you got your board gaming group of friends, and they love playing Euro games, for example. Which, for anyone that doesn't know what a Euro game is, it's a game where you're almost... I don't know, I don't like Euro games that much. I don't know why I use Euro games as an example. But basically, you're trying to make number go up quicker than everyone else's number go up. And one of the key features as well is there's not much interaction between players. And when I say interaction, I don't mean like talking interaction, you know, like obviously talking to players and whatnot is always going to be fun. You can obviously watch other players like, you know, make their number go up and like talk to them and be like, wow, that was a horrible move, buddy. But I mean, like, you can't sabotage other players or like give them assistance or anything like that too much. And it's like, yeah, you know, and then you have that group of friends that loves playing party games. You know, you're always playing Jackbox, and as you said, Jonathan, every time you play Uno, you gotta play it with the one where 7 lets you swap hands. That's the best Uno. And what else is there? Every time, yeah, like all those party games, right? And then it's like, you know, you sort of know what's up, as opposed to just having a group of friends, and then it's like, wow, I wonder what we're gonna play today. I wonder what's gonna be up today. But yeah, no, I don't have that many friends actually that like playing games, if I'm gonna be honest. Also, a lot of my friends are like, like, both present and past, right? A lot of them tend to be introverts. Which really sucks, right? Because I've said it before, I tend to be, like, outwardly quite extroverted, right? Even if it makes me a bit tired in the end, at least to other people, for all intents and purposes, I'm very extroverted, right? And so it's like, that's why I have so many games on Steam that I want to play with other people. No one wants to play them with me. It's like, if I want to get my friends to play a game, it's like, I've got to convince them, maybe I can get them to play Stardew Valley. But, I don't know, it's sort of, I'm not the biggest fan of Stardew Valley. I'm not the biggest fan of simulator games, you get me? They just don't appeal to me as much as, like, a lot of other people. Playing Monopoly by yourself? I do not play Monopoly by myself. Nuh-uh. No, actually, I don't really like Monopoly as a game. I think game design-wise, it's fine for kids, but it kinda sucks. It kinda sucks. That's why I always make sure to bring, like, if I'm going to a place and there's a chance people want to play board games, I always bring, like, my own small board game. There's a whole, like, genre of board games that are party games that come in small packages, and so you can bring them to, like, a party, like, conveniently, you can bring them in, like, your purse or whatnot. Not purse, handbag, right? Purse is the thing that holds money, handbag. And so I've got Coup. I love the game Coup, although I don't suck at it. It's just, Coup is one of those games that's so brutal. It's so easy to lose, and you can lose in, like, one turn. But the problem is, if you play aggressively, right? If you play aggressively, you can lose in one turn. If you play conservatively, you can't win. It's always, when it comes down to the final few players, it's the aggressive player that wins. But the aggressive players always lose at the start of the game. I've also got Love Letter. That one's a goodie, but also, I've noticed in games, there's people who believe when it comes to board games, and maybe it's just, like, because, like the whole TikTok era or whatnot like that, but there are a lot of people who refuse to learn more than 2 sentences of rules when it comes to a board game, and refuse to read any information that's on a card. Like, Love Letter is really like, okay, you get to guess someone else's card, do it. And they're like, this is too many words. This is too many words for me. How am I supposed to read this? And I'm like, buddy, this isn't Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't have paragraphs per card. It's like a sentence or 2. But no, I found the games that attract people the most who, like, don't really play games are games with cute visuals. That's what I've noticed. If the game has, like, really good visuals, then they're a lot more likely to sort of just, wanna play the game for the visuals. Like, a crowd favorite I've noticed is the game Root, which I always say this. I always say, you wanna play Root? And then people are like, what are you saying? And I'm like, I don't know, I can't pronounce my R's. Let me type it on screen. Let me type it on screen. There we go. This game right here. But it's like, I know, it's a kind of game I've noticed now that I've played it maybe 10 times already. It's a kind of game that's kind of boring. It's like, the game design as once you actually know your way around the game design is kind of just, kind of just meh. I don't know, it's like, one thing is, you kind of know when someone's about to win, right? Like, when someone's in the lead, you can, try to team up to work against them, and then obviously you can bring them out of the lead if you do that. But a lot of the time, someone's in the lead, then it's like, they've got quite a high chance to win the game at the end. And then also, another thing, I think one of the biggest complaints from me, which, once again, I understand it, right? I understand its demographic, and I understand why it doesn't do this. But, for me, one of my biggest complaints is the fact that it's so easy to gain points, but it's so hard to lose them. Like, I was just talking about teaming up on one of the strongest players. But it's like, that barely does anything. Because you can team up on them, sure. But you can't really force them to lose many points in the end. And if someone's winning as well, that's another thing. Normally when someone's winning a game, a competitive game, it's the norm for everyone to try to gang up on that person to stall their victory. Like if you're playing Catan, right? Someone's obviously winning. You all like do a trade embargo on that person. You get me? But in, you know, in Root, it's like you can't bully someone because you can't really force them to lose points. And so it's like you can just try to stop them from gaining points, but that's also super hard and I don't know. But anyways, I get it. Its demographic is for new players and young players and all of that. And so that's why I say it's a great game to get people into playing board games with me. Yeah, Catan is a friendship destroyer. I love Catan, okay? If you want friendship destroyer, diplomacy. Diplomacy, the game of knife. Yeah. That game. Oh boy. Although I suppose in diplomacy, it's a sort of game where it's like you only play it with people who, you know, aren't gonna lose friendships over it. Because if you don't like 100% know that they're not gonna lose friendships over it, you're gonna lose friendships over it. But no, Catan is a brutal game. What else is like brutal games that sort of pit players against each other in like the worst ways? Because people say Uno, but Uno is like, once again, it's like the sort of game where you can't really gang up on the winning player, you get me? Let me check my board games. Sorry, my model's about to freeze. Oh my god, why can I not see any of my board games right now? Oh my god! Ticket to Ride. Ticket to Ride. You know what? Sorry, I just saw Ticket to Ride on my shelf and then you say, do you know Ticket to Ride? I do know Ticket to Ride. Oh my god. I'm not gonna say I'm such a big fan of the game. Once again, it's the sort of game where it's like, I'm a fan of the game to get new players into board games. You know, to trick them into eventually loving board games and playing board games with me. But yeah, Ticket to Ride is one of those games where it's like super good for beginners, and yet as like a more advanced player, I still have like lots of fun playing the game. And yeah, that's the thing, like if there were two advanced players playing, like deciding on a game to play, I wouldn't pick Ticket to Ride, right? Ticket to Ride as like more advanced players is sort of, it's a little bit boring, a little bit too like luck driven, and a little bit too like, you have too few options, right? There's not too much strategy, I suppose. You know, it's like, really, you gotta pick the correct cards, find the right way to get to those places, and also, you know, pick up like whatnot, you know, decide when you're gonna play your trains and when you're gonna pick up the cards. And it's like, that, I don't know, I would rather play a more like in-depth game, but it's a good game to play with beginners. Like, you know, more like people who are sort of like, I don't want to learn a whole, you know, 20-page PDF of rules. Yeah, no, that game, but it also definitely destroys friendships. Blocking off your opponent, especially, I tend to play, some people hate me because of this, right? It depends on the map you're playing, right? Because different maps have different strategies and different, like, whatnot. The American map, you do this way less in, but in maps such as, one of my favorite maps, right? I'm gonna list, out of all the Ticket to Ride maps I've played so far, which are 3 of them, not many, but 3 of them, I'm gonna rank them, right? Ticket to Ride Europe sucks, okay? There's one way you can make it really good, and that's, no, actually 2 ways to make it really good, okay? First way, remove those damn stations. Oh, there are like so many Ticket to Ride maps. There are like 20 maps. There's think Australia, there's Southeast Asia, there's Europe, there's London, there's the US, there's the Nordic version, there's so many. There's also ones for boats as well. Although I've been told the boats one is a bit 50-50. But yeah, the ones that I played are Europe, the USA, and the Nordic one, right? Europe, once again, this is what I'm gonna say, it sucks, but you can make it good. If you want to make it good, remove the damn stations, okay? Half the fun of the game is blocking other people and being blocked off. Stations just remove that fun entirely. You end up sacrificing more points to block someone, then they end up sacrificing, their 4 points just to place a station over your thing. It's so annoying. And okay, I get it. There's longest train in Europe. And it's like, okay, yeah, if you get blocked off, then you don't get longest train for 10 points. And 10 points is a pretty, it's a pretty game-changing amount in the game in the long run, right? But it's still just a little bit... And then also, one thing I love about the US, and that I hate about Europe, but you can make Europe better, is the US, right? It's such a massive map. And so, what I love is the fact that the US has so many long routes, right? Obviously, it's got maybe about 1/3 long routes and 2/3 shorter routes. But that's perfect! It means, because it's such a big map, it means you can take those long routes and connect them. Maybe you connect 2 corners of the map, but then get 2 extra long routes along the way. And it's boom! Boom, you just, whatchamacallit? You just, got a bunch of points by playing the long route. And then if you do draw 3 cards, it's not like you're gonna get 3 long routes and you can't play any of them and then you've just gotta lose 20 points. Nearly every time you draw 3 cards, you get a short route in it. So if it's none of them work with where you're trying to go, you can just take the short route and sacrifice the points something. But yeah, that's what I love about the US. And that's exactly my complaint about Europe. In the Europe one, you start off with 1 long route. And then for the rest of the game, you only get short routes. Why? Why? Why would you make it so that you only get 1 long route and that's it in the entire game? Because once you've completed the long route, you're literally taking tickets every turn and then completing the ticket and then taking a new ticket and then complete. And it's just not fun anymore. And so my suggestion with you, my other suggestion, first, play without stations. Stations suck. Second, shuffle the long routes into the deck. I don't even care if they've got do they have a blue background or is it only the upside that's blue? Anyways, I don't even care if you can tell that it's a long card because you're gonna have so much more fun playing with long cards in the deck that you can draw as opposed to just getting 1 the whole game and that's your only long card. I just play the Europe one without the station, it's way more fun. Exactly. Europe without the stations is so much better. And then, here's why I put Europe as 3rd, right? The US as 2nd. Nordic. And I'll bring up the map for everyone who wants to see. Wait, hold on. Ticket to ride Nordic. Where's the map? Give me the map. Here we go. And copy image address. Open up my browser. Here we go. This is the Nordic map, right? So, my complaint with the US and Europe is that they are fine maps, okay? They are fine maps. I just have 2 complaints. Just 2 complaints. First of all, I understand they've got the whole double routes. Where you see the 2 colors next to each other? And the general rule with that, for anyone who's forgotten or anyone who's never played the game, is when the play count is too low. So I believe in the US and Europe when it's 3 or 2 players, you can only place... that shit looks like something. I've never seen that before. That's kind of funny. Wow, who knew the Nordic countries were so spicy? It's kind of like, you remember that fake GTA map that was released? You remember the one, right? Someone sent that to me and I actually got fooled. I actually thought it was a real GTA map for like about 5 seconds. Which, by the way, 5 seconds doesn't sound long. It is a long time to be fooled by a... whatchamacallit? By the fake GTA map. But it's okay, I got them in the end. Hello, what about the Panzer Mouse? Hello, hello. Oh, what have you done? What have you done? But yeah, essentially, whatchamacallit? Yeah, if you've got too few players, you can only play, one train, like on the color. So once one player's taken it, you can't play the other color, right? But here's my complaint. Even with that, the US and Europe are still way too big for like 3 players even. It is just, when you have 3 players on those maps, it is, no one's blocking, like no one's in each other's way. You don't like have to be scared about someone accidentally getting in your way, because it's just so rare. When you have 4 or 5 players, then it's so common for someone to like accidentally get in your way and you'd be like, what? I hate you. They're like, I don't even know what I did. But yeah, in the US and Europe, you're kind of just like, how do I put it? Even like with 4 players or whatnot, I found this strategy for so many players is just keep taking cards and keep taking the 6 routes, because they give you like 15 points and whatnot, and it's like, yeah, it's like so OP, you get me? It's so OP. And so it's like, I don't know, that's the thing. I feel like the maps are just too big. Maybe with 4 or 5 players, they're a little bit like better, but with 3 players, they're just too big. Here's why I love Nordic. Here's why I love Nordic, okay? First of all, tell me how often is it you get 4 or 5 players to play Ticket to Ride, as opposed to just 2 or 3 people that want to play. It's so much easier to find 2 or 3 people that want to play. Maybe, let's say, you've got a gaming night, and you've already got yourself, and maybe 1 or 2 other people at your house so far, and the 4th person is like, I'm gonna be late, right? I'm gonna be a little bit late, and like, you know, maybe an hour late, or maybe they just got there really early, right? Then this game, Ticket to Ride Nordic, it works with both 2 and 3 players. That's the first great thing. Its maximum play count is 3, and so if you've got 4 or 5 players, you are gonna have to switch over to the American or European versions. But it works so well with both 2 and 3 players, right? And that's the thing. It's not, oh, it just works so well with 3 players. It also works quite well with 2 players. I must say, it is still a little bit too big of a map for only 2 players, but it still works. And also at 2 players, it's that thing again of you can only use the double tracks once. And so it's a little bit more brutal in that sense as well. Another thing I like about this, I'm just gonna keep ranting about things I like about this, right? I'm a big board game nerd. Another thing I like about this map is how it's not reliant, and also Europe does this a bit too. I'm talking specifically about the US that does this. It's not reliant on long routes. The metagame is not just to build up all of the 6 routes, or in Europe even like that 8 route or whatnot. That's not the metagame in this one. The metagame is you kind of should be taking the short routes. Even though you're not getting points from routes, you get so many points from cards in this one that the metagame is not just take big route, get all of your points from routes, never take a card. Because that's what Ticket to Ride is meant to be about, the tickets. Not the damn building long trains. Min-maxing board games, I see. Well, it's a pretty I don't know, another thing I like about Ticket to Ride, and also just all board games that have like player interaction, I love, which is why I don't really like Euro games. I love board games that allow players to mess with each other. Because that means even the best player with the best strategy still will lose against players who are just, you know, still lose against players who are just like working against that player or whatnot. It's like Catan. You can be the best Catan player, but you can still lose like quite easily to amateur players. And so it's like these strategies are just like suggestions to get like better, but not like, they're not the end all be all. As like with Euro games, it sort of is the end all be all. And it's like, that's kind of boring. But yeah, it's yeah, that's why I like Scotland Yard. It's more fun to troll than to play perfect. I've never heard of this game, Scotland Yard? What? This is just saying it's a police station. Oh, Scotland Yard. Yeah, wait. Are you talking about Scotland Yard? Is this a German game? Is this a German game? Oh no, it is Scotland Yard board game. Why does it look like an F? Scotland Yard the board game? Damn, what do you gotta do in this? Hold on, we'll talk about Scotland Yard in a second. I wanna finish. I have this problem where if I start talking about something else, I'm gonna forget about ever coming back to, coming back to the thing I was talking about. Yeah, so Ticket to Ride, right, works perfect with 2 or 3 players. And the cards in this game are just so perfect. Before I was saying America is good because it's got about 1/3 long routes and 2/3 short routes. And that's perfect for the map. In Ticket to Ride Nordic, right, it's about 1/5 long cards, 4/5 short cards. Like tickets, by the way, I mean tickets, not like just cards. And the reason why that's perfect for this map is because, like, there's so many, like, it's just a cluster. Dare I say, it's just a clusterfuck, okay? Down at the bottom of the board, look how look how many routes there are, look how many ways there are to get from one route to another route. It is just so clustered. And so, right, the routes are much shorter in this one, and it's so good because it means everyone's fighting over like the same, you know, same like area, and they're not even doing it purposefully. And also, it's so easy to block in this one, right? It's so easy to block people, and yet people don't get that mad when you block them because it's not like they're losing a 20-point card. They're losing like 5 points. And it's just perfect. This game as well, another thing I like about it, the bonus card isn't longest train. It's most completed cards, like most completed tickets. And so that once again just incentivizes you to take out more tickets, keep going for the tickets. You don't care about like trying to play the meta game of trying to get like so many points from so many different, like, you know, just playing 6 routes all the time. In this one, you just take out tickets, and that is what Ticket to Ride is about, right? That's the spirit of Ticket to Ride. It's Ticket to Ride, right? The word ticket is in the name. Taking out so many tickets is the best. It is just such an amazing map. As I said, you're so clustered in with everyone, so you're just fighting all the time, but you're never mad when you fight because it's just fun and there's not big consequences to when you lose the fight. And it's also like strategical, right? Because every turn you're telling yourself, should I take another card or should I play a card? Whereas in America, it's like, should I take another card? Yeah, I should always take more cards because why would I want to play cards? No one's going to block me. Whereas in this one, you're like, someone could literally block me next turn. I should play my cards now, even though it's like unoptimal. And another thing I love, I'm just going to continue ranting about things I love. Rainbow cards in this one aren't OP anymore. Because in America, and you've played Europe, Jonathan, so you also understand about the rainbow cards. But in America, rainbow cards act as any color, right? And that's kind of boring because it means rainbow card is always better than any other color. Whereas in this one, rainbow cards on regular tracks can only be used where there's a little locomotive symbol. I know how well you guys can see it. It's kind of small for me. You see this locomotive symbol? Actually, you can't really see my mouse. Down the south, the very south of the map, right, the very bottom of the map, that locomotive symbol. That's what I'm talking about, right? And so I'm just making it smaller. So that's it. That's the only place you can use rainbows on the regular tracks. And that's where you have to use rainbows. So rainbows also almost becomes its own color. And that's so fun because sometimes you'll find yourself seeing a rainbow face up and being like, no, I'm not going to take that. I would rather a different color that's not rainbow. And then other times you'll have too few rainbows in your hand because so many routes require rainbows. And then on top of that, there's tunnels, right? Hello. So I'm just nerding over over Ticket to Ride Nordic. I'll be over in a second. But yeah, in the tunnels, right? In the tunnels, it's if you played Europe, you know how tunnels work. I'm not gonna explain it, but rainbows can be used in tunnels there. So it's like rainbows also have their uses over there. It's Ticket to Ride, the game Ticket to Ride, and it's a map Nordic countries. So what's it? Finland, Sweden, Norway, and a very tiny bit of Russia over to the side of it. Oh, and sorry, Denmark is there as well. We've also got Denmark in there. My apologies, Denmark. Guys, stop! It's literally just a place on the map. You don't have to... I didn't even see it. You know the amount of times I've played this game, like, in real life, and I haven't ever thought, wow, that looks like it's an object to us. Man. But yeah, it's a board game. But yeah, it's just so amazing. Rainbow cards aren't overpowered. And then also, one final thing that I love about it, right? On top of the fact that tickets are just so fun and everyone's taking out tickets and it just works. There's long tickets if you want long tickets, short tickets if you want short tickets, and everyone's fighting but no one hates each other. You'll notice up in the top right corner, there is a track that is 9 long. It is 9 long. And worth like 30 points. Which is like, by the way, in a good game, in like a really good game of Ticket to Ride, you're getting maybe 120 points. That is a quarter of your final score in that one turn. And that's where it's like, it's also so fun. Everyone wants that 30 points, but no one wants to sacrifice 9 cards of the same card. Mind you, as well, in the game, there's only 12 cards of each color. And so you need 9 cards. And there's only 3 cards left either in the deck or, you know, in other people's hands, which is insane. But it's so fun. And then it's like someone ends up like gunning for it at the end of the game because they've got nothing else to do. And then it's like they're getting everyone applauds it and they end up losing the game because they're just going for the 9 track. But it's not that hard. Like, there is a rule where you can trade any 4 cards of any colors, including rainbows, and it doesn't have to be the same color, so you can do 1 green, 2 blue, and a rainbow, for example. And that will act as whatever color you're going for the 9 track. So you can have 8 yellows, and then 4 other cards, and that will count as 9 yellows. So it is a little bit better. But no, I love Ticket to Ride Nordic. It's so great. If anyone wants to get into board games and like wants to get their friends into board games, I'd recommend buying both Nordic and the USA. And if you've got 2 to 3 players, play Nordic. If you've got 4 to 5 players, play the USA. That's how I'd recommend it. Anyways, isn't it also on the Europe one where you need to use the rainbow, but you can't use them anywhere? Yeah, that's the same as Europe, right? So you can only use rainbows on where it's got the little train symbol. And that's where you have to use a rainbow, right? You can't just, even if the train symbol is on top of like a green color, you have to use a rainbow. You can't just use a green color there. But you can use rainbows in tunnels. Because tunnels are brutal. But I'll quickly explain it, right? So a tunnel, you show your cards as if you're about to pay up. So maybe you need 3 yellows, and then you pay up 3 yellows to get the tunnel. And then what will happen is, and remember you can use rainbows, so maybe two yellows and a rainbow to get the tunnel as well. That also works. And then someone else will evilly look at you, flip over the top 3 cards off the top of the deck, the draw pile, right? For each color that matches the color you're paying in, so for each yellow and for each rainbow that gets shown, you have to pay up an extra yellow or rainbow. So if you get like 2 yellows that get shown and you're super unlucky, you now have to pay 5, or you can choose to take your cards back, right? You don't have to pay your cards if you can't pay. You can take your cards back and then basically just lose your turn, which also sucks. So it's either you have to cough up more cards, which sucks because that is also like it takes turns to get cards, or you have to skip your turn and try again next turn, which sucks because either someone's gonna block you or you just miss a turn. That's so mean. Or you get lucky and you get it first try, I guess. But yeah, no, I love Ticket to Ride Nordic. Such a fun game. Anyways, so what was I gonna look up? The Scotland Yard? The Scotland Yard. What is this game? Can you explain to me the Scotland Yard? Or should I look up a rule book? I've noticed I'm pretty fine at whatchamacallit. Whenever I read a rule book, I'm pretty good at being like, oh, so that's the strategy for the game. Why is Scotland Yard rated so poorly? What? Why do people hate this game? Huh? You have a criminal and multiple detectives? Is it kind of like the Jack the Ripper game? If you've ever seen that one. Like where, the detectives don't know where Jack the Ripper is. And Jack the Ripper is like invisible, right? He's invisible on the map. And only Jack the Ripper knows where Jack the Ripper is. But, or is it the Sherlock Holmes game? Is that what I'm thinking of? Is it Sherlock Holmes or Jack the Ripper? I can't remember. It's set in London. And then the detectives have to use like clues to try to figure out where Jack is. And if they catch him, then he loses. If Jack doesn't get caught, then he wins. But yeah. And there's so many silly board games across the world. I wish I had more people to play board games with. Maybe I should do a stream where I just play Catan. We all play Catan together as a big happy family. Kind of, but they're a different card. Taxi, train, you. I see, okay. That sounds interesting. Maybe I have to come over all the way to Germany. Maybe I have to come over one day to play it. Yeah, no, just take a casual day trip to Germany. Or it's... No, every Australian who, like, wants to go to Germany... Because I remember in high school, right, like, when I was learning the language, a lot of people from my class were like, I want to go to Germany. And every time I would Google it, it's like, yeah, you have to pay a couple months' salary just for the plane tickets. And I'm like, what? Let alone, as I said, the Australian dollar is quite weak compared to the euro. And so everything costs way more than it does in Australia. So it's just so expensive. No, I don't. Going to Germany would be tough. I feel like everyone I know who's gone to Europe is like they've gone there for like at least a month, you know? Else it's not worth it. You can play most board games on table. I do have Tabletop Simulator, actually. I do have it. Maybe one day we do a Tabletop Simulator stream. I love the puzzle mode on that one as well. Playing a puzzle game with other people. There's also obviously playingcards.io. You know, a classic playingcards.io super fun website. I've created a couple. Sometimes it's like a board game I want to play with someone, but it's like we can't really play in person. And so I've sort of created it on playingcards.io. The Deshoy Friendship Simulator. Yeah, I would say definitely Tabletop Simulator is like horrible when it comes to friendships. Because you can flip the table at any time. And yeah, they have an undo button, but like, it sends a message, you get me? It sends a message when you try to flip the table. Oh man. I kinda do want to do a Catan stream one day. Catan stream. But then I kind of feel like it would be a bit unfair on me, you know? I'm sharing my screen and everybody can see my cards and I can't see anyone else's cards. No, Catan is definitely a joy to play in person though. Although, in person it takes a little bit of time to set up. That's one thing I really like about like playing board games digitally. As some board games take close to an hour to set up, right? Some board games genuinely take close to an hour to set up. And so having something that like does all of that rigmarole for you is just so nice. It is so nice. Oh man. I could talk about board games all day. No need to worry. Man, I can't believe everyone who saw the Nordic map thought, wow, this looks long. I thought the Nordic map was fine. Okay? I thought it was fine. I don't know. What? Wait, hold on. Let me... Because I was talking about the GTA map before, you know, like the fake GTA. What does it look like again? Images! Where is it? It's this one. Now that I look at it again, I think it's really obvious. I think it's really obvious. Man. What other... Let me take another check of my board game collection. Oh my god! I just remembered. I just had a memory. There is this horrible game, right? And we call it the monkey game. I'm not even sure what it's called. Maybe someone will know if I just speak about it. But essentially, what happens in the monkey game, right? I got it on sale. It was like... I guess maybe it was just because it was like no one liked the game. But I got it on sale for like 30 bucks. And essentially, it's like... You just get cards. The whole game is you get cards. And the cards have like certain roles. And then you play the cards. You play the cards of the same role. And then you get to advance yourself on the map and whatnot. Okay, it's a pretty like all-right game, right? But all I remember is the way... So it's got like 2 turns and like 2 phases in the game. 2 like seasons or whatever you call it. And the way each season ends is you shuffle the deck, split the deck in half, then you add 3 monkeys to the second half of the deck, shuffle the second half of the deck, and then place that second half on the bottom. And so the first half of the deck guaranteed to have no monkeys, right? And then the second half is guaranteed to have all of the 3 monkeys. And essentially how it goes is, once all 3 monkeys are pulled by the players, then game over. The season ends, you count up your points, and then see, you know, it's an okay game. It's okay, the monkey game. But it's just so funny, because whenever I play it, so the idea of the monkeys, right, obviously, it's a way to make it to where no one knows when the game is about to end, but you get warnings, because once one monkey is drawn, then you know there's only 2 monkeys left, and then once the second monkey is drawn, there's only 1 left, and then, yeah, the game warns you, right? But every time we draw a monkey, everyone at the games table would go batshit crazy. We'd be like, oh my god, it's a monkey, it's a monkey, it's a monkey. It is. Oh man, the monkey game. Board games are Nah. Board games, I like them. There's like something different about board games compared to video games, right? And that's why I love them so much. And I'm not sure what is different. She is a freaking monkey! Exactly. Sometimes I feel like when I get excited, I sound a bit like a monkey. I'm like, oh! I'm sorry, my parents are probably still trying to sleep. Probably still trying to sleep. But yeah, no. Because also, whoever pulled the monkey would be vilified. Everyone would be like, wow, we hate you for drawing that monkey. And it's like you can pick when you draw a monkey, right? And everyone's like drawing from the same deck. And so it's like, I don't know. It was super funny. Let me see if I can see what the monkeys look like. Actually, let me just pull up. Give me a second. I'm gonna go grab the game right now. Alright. I think it's called Arcos Society. Here we go. The monkey game. Oh, it's so great. Can I please get a picture of just the monkeys, Google? Does Google have a picture of just the monkeys? Man, maybe I'm gonna set up like a hand cam for times like these. Cause I do have like a webcam, right? Cause obviously for anyone who doesn't know how VTubing works, you gotta whatchamacallit, you usually use a phone because regular cameras use photons, right? Regular cameras use photons to figure out where your face is and where everything else is and all of that. But the problem with photons is it's kind of a bit inaccurate. It depends on where your lighting source is, and it's all like relative, and it's just a little bit hard, right? Also, you know, people have different, what am I trying to say, like different lip shapes and all of that, and it's got to be able to recognize that, and it's just hard, you know? But the phone uses infrared sensors, and it like sends out, like it doesn't use natural infrared from like your body, I believe. I believe, you might have to correct me, but it sends out infrared sensors, and then it'll detect that, and that's how it gets like depth, right? It's so much better at like determining depth and all of that. But I do have a webcam. But the problem is, I'm a little bit scared. I know, I don't really have much, like, I'd have to create a bit of desk space for it. I don't really have much space on my desk. I do have something that can like pull out, and it's like another table. It's not supposed to be a table. It's supposed to be a drawer, but I just put stuff there, and so it's a table. But then it's like, I have to hook up the camera to face downwards onto my hands. I've got to make sure it like can't accidentally like fall off its stand or whatnot, because I don't know, I don't want the rest of my room being accidentally shown to you guys. It's I got stuff in here. I don't know, the worst thing is probably just like leaving clothes around. Or like if it did sort of like flip over, show like my face or something. I know a lot of VTubers use gloves when they do hand cam streams instead of like actually showing any skin. Because I've had, it's like, it sort of keeps with the theme, you know? It keeps the illusion. You get me? Also, these are the monkeys, by the way. If you're wondering what the image is, it's the monkeys from the monkey game. But no, it's like, and I totally get it, because there's some like VTubers as well who like show their faces, right? Like at times. And I've noticed, after you see a VTuber's face, it kind of like, it's strange, right? It kind of ruins the illusion a bit. It's like when you've got like, you know, you meet someone online, and like you text them on Discord, and then one day they like show you a real life picture of themselves, and it's like, wow, now I can never see you for your profile picture or like your username. Now all I can see you is like your face. And I mean, not just that, but like obviously there's like, oh, now it's a bit weird seeing like this avatar, right? Now that like all I can see you is like your real life person. But also it's kind of like puppetry, you get me? Like, puppets, it's a weird thing, you know? Because everyone knows puppets are like fake, right? Sorry, not to break the illusion or anything. Everyone knows that puppets are fake. And everyone knows that like this avatar is what? Puppets are fake? What? Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to break it to you. Randy Feltface doesn't actually exist. For anyone who doesn't know who Randy Feltface is, he's just a purple puppet and is a comedian and it's kind of actually funny. I love the albums, like the songs he has, especially the ones with Sammy J. I also love Sammy J. All of his songs and albums and whatnot. Like, you tell me Santa Claus is not real? I think I've already said that on stream, haven't I? I believe that was a stream where I was like... It's fine. When I played Scribble Notes, I think I said Santa's real again, so it's okay. We saved Santa from the ice, and so Santa's real. Plus, we're just talking about how Santa flies over the no-fly zones. Obviously. There we go. Yeah, now you're happy. I feel like I'm so low again. Boom. Now I'm tiny. Hold on. I can be tiny. Tiny Kaho Nyanako. But, yeah, no, it's like puppetry, right? Like, we all know it's fake. And we all know that VTubers, their avatars... Do I say it? Do I say it? Do I say it? No, actually, I would say a lot of avatars are meant to look a bit like the person who's, like, playing them and whatnot. Like, I would say... I don't look too off to mine. I mean, obviously I don't have purple hair. Obviously, in real life, I don't have, like, a tail. You get me? But it's like... So you have cat ears? I don't know, they confirm, nor deny. Actually, one day a friend dead me. Not dead me. They gave me cat ears, right? From like a costume they bought one day. And they're like, you should wear this all day. And so I did wear the cat ears all day. I mean, obviously wearing the fake cat ears on top of my real cat ears, right? Well, no, as I said, the tail's not real. So, you know. But canonically, the tail is just a part of my body. It's not like I can detach my tail. It's a part of my body. But yeah, it's the sort of thing of like, I don't know if you guys big into puppetry, right? Because obviously, as I said, I like Randy Feltface and I like puppets, right? I like puppets. But when you see the puppet master behind the puppet, it's a bit like, yeah, ruins the illusion a bit, despite the fact that consciously you always knew the puppet was never real. It kind of ruins the illusion. And so that's what, like, but I feel like with hand cams it's a little bit different, because like, I almost feel like, I don't know, it matches, you know? It matches. Maybe I've got to wear a glove on my, you know, a glove on my left hand if I were to ever do a hand cam stream. But, you know, it works. You get me? Because also, I guess I'd get it if maybe like your skin color was a bit different from like the character's skin color. But like, that's about it. And also like, people aren't gonna care that much, if I'm gonna be honest. And my skin color is, you know, quite pale. You know, I'm very prone to getting sunburns and all of that. And so it's like, yeah, if I were to do a hand cam stream, it's like, you get me? I think I might just end up using my real hands. I don't think I really need gloves. I don't think it ruins the illusion that much, but yeah. Also, I don't really have any fashionable gloves I could wear, because the gloves also have to be long, you know? And I should gonna wear like a long sleeve, and then, I don't know. But it doesn't, like, what's the point of wearing short gloves and then people just see your arm anyways? But then that means I would want to make sure my nails are pretty. I don't want to make sure my nails are pretty, painted. As opposed to what they are now, which is not pretty, not painted. A little bit rough around the edges, but that's okay. What's I talking about before? Oh yeah, I was also talking about like, sorry, I feel like I kind of just went off the real conversation. I was also talking about like VTubers and revealing like real ages or not. I don't know. It's one of those things again where it's like, yeah, it ruins the illusion a bit. I'm supposed to be 0, what did we say, like 11, no, I think it was like 18 days old or something. Yeah. I'm meant to be, you know, canonically like quite young. Not young as in like youthful. I mean young as in like practically a baby if we're talking like physical age. Mentally I'm a little bit, I hope you guys can tell I'm not actually a baby. You know, I hope you guys can tell I'm not just goo goo gaga. But I think one of the biggest reasons behind like not revealing your age, because I feel like a lot of VTubers are young, right? A lot of VTubers are in their like young 20s. And it's like, they're not gonna be called old or anything for being in the young 20s. Like, when I get it, maybe in like some industries, once you reach the age of 20, it's like you're already past your prime or something. But in the VTubing industry, it's not really like that, you get me? Because once again, it's like, why it's a little bit strange for like people under the age of 18 to be streaming as a VTuber. And so it's like, any VTuber that's more than 2 years, like that's been streaming for more than 2 years, or like has a past life or anything, you can already do the math, right? They're already 20 or over. But then I feel like one thing, like one of the reasons that people start counting, and I feel like even if you've been streaming for like 10 years, like there's some people that in their bio, they're like, yeah, I've been working in like X and X industry for 15 years now. And it's like, alright, if we're doing the math, if it's an industry where you had to get a university education, you've had to do that for 3 years, then you would be 21, and then if you worked in it for 15 years, then 15 plus 21, that's 36, minimum. And it's like, yeah, people, like, but like, people aren't like, oh, you know, this person is old. Like, people can physically do the math, but it's like that whole thing of like, the illusion, right? The illusion, if the character is still 20, even if the like person playing the character is like 30 or something, people don't care. But then once they know like your real life age, it's all like knowing your real life face, and it's like people now attach that real life thing to this, you know, to the character. And then it's like, yeah. And so people start counting. Even if you tell them when you're young, if you stream for enough years, people are gonna be like, hey, aren't you like 31 now? And that's gonna be a bit embarrassing. But, and then, yeah, also the other reason, obviously, as I was saying before, breaking the illusion. If you're canonically meant to be one age, you know, if you're canonically meant to be like 50,000 years old, telling people that you're 25 might break the illusion. Yeah, if you're like, oh, I'm a, you know, 50,000-year-old succubus, demon, whatever, and like I've got horns on my head or whatnot. Yeah. I don't know, I've thought about it, and I'm like, I don't know. If I do ever say it, and it's the same with like revealing my face. I don't know if I ever wanna, or if I don't want to. I don't really care. That's the main thing. I don't really care. I suppose one of my biggest fears would be, like, Australia is a tiny place. Especially, I mean, I've never really said what state I live in. But you can figure it out. You can figure it out. You get me? I think I keep saying stuff that are very state specific. Because as I said, it's not like the US where like all the states are like somewhat similar. At least in Australia, the states are so different. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like it would be way too easy to see me on the streets. Like, if you're a Japanese streamer and you live in Tokyo, what's that, 80 million? You're one of 80 million people. It's gonna be hard for someone to, like, find you on the streets. But I live in such a tiny place. Granted, I never go outside, so no one's ever gonna see me, but I live in such a tiny place. Give me a break. And apparently, I've also been using OBS a bit wrong. Apparently, some people, like, I mean, for me it's fine, right? Because I've checked before, and there's nothing on my, whatchamacallit, like, on my back, like, my desk screen, what am I trying to say? My desktop background, whatever, yeah, my desktop background. There's nothing really there that's, whatchamacallit, that, like, has any personal information of mine. It's my second monitor, like, hooked up as my second monitor on my computer, so it doesn't have any of my programs there. It doesn't have, like, I've been told some people, they've, like, upgraded to Windows 11 or whatnot. I'm still on Windows 10, by the way. October's not here yet. But some people, but let's go with Windows username. It doesn't show mine in my background, and that's why actually you'll see whenever I use Chrome, especially when it's my own, whatchamacallit, when it's my own website, like when I'll stream my own website, or yeah, whenever I use Chrome in general, I will hide the bottom of the screen, because what can actually happen, whenever you hover over a hyperlink, it will give you a little preview of that hyperlink, like down the bottom, like of the link, right? What the actual link is that you're about to click to, so you can see if it's like legitimate or not. But obviously, if it's like a hyperlink that redirects you to the internet, that's fine, right? Because it would just be a HTTPS link. But if it's when I make websites, right? Whenever I hook it up to, like, when there's an image, right? And it has to call an image from my computer, right? My desktop. Or when I do have a hyperlink that goes to, like, another, another page within the website. Because I know a lot of websites have what I call fake pages. It's practically, it sends you to a different page, but it doesn't actually change the URL. It just changes the HTML code and the CSS code. And so it's basically just a big pop-up, right? And so if you try to hit the little back arrow in the top left-hand corner of your screen, it won't actually take you back, because that just changes the link, and yeah, it won't actually take you back. But no, whenever I hover over a hyperlink, it will say like the path it's trying to get there, right? So it'll be like my Windows username, and then it will have like a little colon or arrow, or I forget what it is. I don't really use Windows parts that much. And then it'll have like this PC, and then desktop, and then whatever the folder is, and then whatever the like name of the file is, and all of that. Which I don't think anyone can hack you with that. And if I double check real quick, I think my PC doesn't actually have a name on it. I think the name on my PC is just user. Let me double check. Can I please get a link? Please? Hold on, let me copy path. Wait, hold on, how do you copy a path? I forgot how to do it. I usually use, what's it called? VS Code. By the way, never stream VS Code either. I'm pretty sure VS Code has some incriminating stuff in it. Shift right click. I don't know, I think last time I asked someone for some advice, they told me Alt F4. And so I'm not quite... I trust you. But I'm gonna try to figure it out myself, just in case. Is it under properties? How do I copy path? Oh, I found it. Yeah, okay. I'm just called user 1. So my desktop doesn't actually have a name. Yeah, I found it in there. It's in the it's under properties. If you right click the file and then go to properties, it's under there, and then under general. But still, I don't know what, like, I don't want people knowing what all my folders and files are called. Once again, I don't think anyone can actually hack you if they do that. It's a little bit risky if someone ends up getting a Trojan into your computer, which is a virus that, how do I put it? Is a virus that you download and you technically consent to the virus being in your computer. And so the virus then gives someone else full access to, maybe it will download your computer's information and then send it over to them, or they can, you know, just access, like, they will never screen share because obviously that will that will alert you to it, but they can like open up your Windows device in a virtual computer on their end and then start opening things, find like any saved passwords, if you've got any saved passwords to like Chrome or anything. They can find all your documents or like your personal information, anything that's saved on your computer. And just in case someone gets a Trojan horse, I don't want them to know exactly where to go in my computer to find the things that they're looking for. So yeah, just keep it just in case. But yeah, apparently some people upgrade to Windows 11 and then they have it to where it's like sharing their whole screen, right? Which is what I've been doing, admittedly. And now I know it's a stupid thing to do, but whatever. And then, you know, they accidentally click out of it and it shows their taskbar. And then it has, oh, the weather in your area is partially cloudy and exactly this many degrees. And then people, like, once you've done that like 2 or 3 times, people can be like, okay, there's only one place that had this specific weather and this specific temperature at these specific times, you know? And so they can sort of like figure out what town you're in, what sort of like area you're in. I upgraded to Windows 11, but was so unhappy that I switched to Linux. Oh my god. That's funny. I want to see, wait, did that mean you had to like transfer all your files over? Did you? I don't actually know much about Linux. I gotta admit. I don't know much about different operating systems. I know a bit about computers, but I don't know much about like what the difference between iOS and Android and Windows and Linux and like how Apple, you know, MacBooks run and all of that. Yeah, I don't know much about it, but I have not switched to Windows 11 just yet. But I know how risky it is to stay on something that's unsupported. Like once Windows 10 begins, once Windows 10 is unsupported, it's like risky, right? Because, what am I trying to say? Because there are a lot of things, which I didn't know this, like when I first got technology and whatnot, but recently, especially the Australian government has been pushing for a bit as well, like education on this. But yeah, usually when there's like a bug or like, you know, someone's figured out a way to create a Trojan horse, like can access your computer or whatnot, or like even figure out how to turn a PDF file into something that can turn into an exe file and then execute itself without your permission and all of that. And then a lot of the time, your device, whether it be your Apple device or like your Windows computer or whatnot, will create an update that, you know, has things, you know, fixes the bug. Whatever that hacker was using, whatever like, you know, backdoor that hacker was using to get into your computer, they've probably fixed that backdoor if they can. You know, obviously there's things like, it's like in biology, right? Bacteria can try to hide itself from the body, right? It can hide its pheromones, and it can try to like hide all of that, make sure the immune system can't find it. But there's certain things that bacteria have to have, like its flagellum and the wall around it, the bacterium wall, whatever it's called, the cell wall, I can't remember what it's called, that the human immune system, like, that's something the bacteria has to have. And it's the same with Confused. Some backdoors like Confused have to have, and then they'll like try to create a way to maybe block off access to the back door, but they still have to have the back door because the back door is just like a bug, right? Obviously it's not a back door on purpose. It's just a feature that can be turned into a back door. Yeah, I just created a giant zip file. Yeah. How much? Hold on, let me check. How big of a zip file would it be if I were to do that? God. About, man, 300 gigabytes about maybe? They will stop security updates in November, October this. Yeah, they're stopping it in mid-October, which is scary. I don't want to upgrade to Windows 11. I don't know, because it's like, I trust Windows, okay? I trust Windows, but first of all, I don't like change. I like change in like some areas, right? Like, obviously societal change and whatnot, sure, whatever. I'm talking about when the change is very personal to me. I don't like it when the UI updates on like Discord, for example. You know how I was saying like Discord, it's hard to find people's usernames now? I was like, I didn't like that. I don't like and it's hard to find which people are in a server. I don't like that. You get me? But it's like, I don't know, I'll have to give it a try. I don't want to be unsupported, you know, because it's risky, as I said. But I'm just going to make sure I never share, oh, this is the weather in your area. That'd be a bit risky. But, yeah. And also, there was apparently another story, which I never even considered this happening, but it has happened a couple times off stream, right? Where somebody was sharing like the entire screen, right? As sharing the entire screen, and they had a separate monitor for their like personal stuff that cannot be shown. It like cannot be, you know, they do not. Yeah, they had like maybe private DMs or like whatnot. I think it was private DMs. I think it was like their Discord open or something. And then what happened is the HDMI cable on that desktop like disconnected by the slightest bit. And for anyone who's had multiple monitors, like, because for me it's my drawing tablet, right? Because my drawing tablet has a screen, so when I'm not drawing it's just a second monitor, and then I have like an actual monitor that's like, I don't know, just a basic monitor, nothing special about it. Maybe one day I need like one of those vertical monitors just for chat. No, I'm not that rich. Chat's just on the side of my screen right now. But yeah, and then the HDMI cable disconnected, and as I said, for anyone who's had multiple monitors, if that's like all of your windows that were open on that monitor will go over to the next prioritized monitor. So for me, if I've got monitor 1, which is the one that has all my programs on like the desktop background and all of that, then monitor 2, which as I said is the one that's been accidentally leaked on stream a couple times and it has nothing on it, which is good. But yeah, whenever monitor 1 disconnects, all of the windows from monitor 1 will go to monitor 2, and all of that information from monitor 1, all of the like programs I've downloaded on my computer and all of that will go to monitor 2. And so yeah, this one, he had his Discord open, and then it all went over to his streaming monitor, which was sharing his screen. And yeah, now I know. Now I know. Never share your screen. Just share the window. And also, yeah, if you're sharing Chrome, try to hide the bottom of your screen just in case. Yeah. Now I know. Now if I ever do get Windows 11, I'm not in trouble. But you can de-bloat the Windows 11. I'm assuming that's like de-download. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I'm I'm a little bit scared to go off Windows, you know? Because do you find, as a Linux user, right? Do you find there's many restrictions as in like, oh, this program you can only download on Windows or only download on Windows and Mac and it won't work on Linux, or this game on Steam only works for Windows and you can't get it on Linux? Do you find that? So it's not bloated with the annoying feature. Oh, I see. Yeah, I remember when I had to get a laptop for school once. And whatchamacallit? And the laptop was Windows 11. And not Windows 10, right? It was Windows 10, not Windows 11. And freaking Lenovo laptops, right? When you first buy them, they have the weather automatically enabled, like news just scrolling on your screen. And apparently, I don't know, people just dealt with it. I don't know why. Because I found out it took me like about 30 seconds of just like clicking around, trying to figure out how to, clicking on my taskbar, and then I found like hide weather, and I'm like, yes, please. I hate how, like the weather was just, and so, yeah, hopefully I can get rid of all the annoying stuff. And the other thing is, whatchamacallit? I've been told Windows 11 has the AI in it or something. That's annoying. That's annoying. Gaming is actually pretty good because of Steam Proton, but sometimes programs don't work. If there is no good alternative, I just use a virtual machine. Okay. Listen, I'm not technically smart enough. I'm not technically smart enough to use virtual machines. I know, I'm very, security sensitive as well. Like, I watch a lot of Atomic Shrimp videos. That's sort of how it started, right? Because I found out just how easy it was to get hacked. And also, I have, which is really embarrassing to say, I have at some point actually, whatchamacallit? I have downloaded, it wasn't a virus per se, malware. I have downloaded malware. It was on that laptop I was talking about before. So I was a little bit less tech conscious at the time. Like, I've always been tech savvy, right? Maybe it's just, I've been told it's a little bit of like my age demographic as well. Cause, by the way, I had this teacher, he is such a mad lad. He is, like, not mad lad, what's the word? He was such a bro. Such a good teacher, right? So I'll stop being sad. We used to talk about so many things together. I won't say what subject he did or anything, but he was so good. It was like, it was the stupidest subjects. Sometimes I thought maybe he shouldn't be talking about this with the students, but other times I was like, it's fine. It's fine. It's funny, you know? But he was also like, he's also quite tech savvy. And he was always surprised that, like, because I was like, oh, I know how to code in like HTML. I know how to code in, well, obviously all the things that come with HTML. I actually don't know JavaScript that well. My first programming language was F# for Unity. Wait, was it no, not F#. Wait, is it F#? Was it C#? It's C#. I'm just thinking of F# because that's a note on the saxophone. C# on Unity, right? And then, yeah, C#, yeah. That was like back, because, actually, have I ever talked about it? My game development skills journey. Actually, maybe let's do a live stream, like, story of my life. I'll do that after talking about, like, programming real quick, and then, I shouldn't do it too long. I don't want to keep people up. I'll limit myself to half an hour. I've been streaming for about 2 hours now. I'll limit myself until that stream timer gets to 2 hours 30. Not a draw my life. A draw my life would be would take a little bit too long. I just like my hobbies in my life, you know? Because my life has kind of been interesting, you know? I guess I probably shouldn't, like, I don't have the time to go through all the fine details, and also I feel like it's a bit funner, a bit more fun, if people sort of get to hear all of that, like, over bits and bops of like different streams. I'm like, oh, back when I was 6 years old, I remember this memory. Or I had this sort of personality. But, whatchamacallit? What was I trying to say? I obviously wouldn't like incriminate myself with anything. Be like, yeah, when I was born in this hospital, by the way, at this specific date. I mean, you guys already know my birthday. But yeah, back to programming. I started off with C# because that's where I did, like, you know, I used to do game dev stuff. She was born at a very young age. Exactly. Well, I was born how many days ago? I keep forgetting how many days ago. 1, 2, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 days ago. I was born 19 days ago canonically. Going back to where you find a singer. What's a... Huh? What? I'm confused. I can't sing. I can't sing, by the way. But... yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, and then after that... what was the next programming language? We could do some better professional move. We just won't... oh, are you talking about like the... what's it called? The program? The people, the humans. Wow, already bored of my content already, huh? Talking about programming and board games. But yeah, no, I can't remember what's next. I did try out Godot Engine for like a month. And it is the engine I still want to use. It's just, ever since uni, like, ever since I stopped using Unity, because I used it for a couple years, and then I kind of just stopped doing game development stuff. I was focused more on, like, other parts of my life. And so, yeah. And so, I think after that was HTML. I think I learned HTML after doing... after learning C#, because I was curious. I wanted to create a website. And so I created a website. That is a topic we will discuss later. It's not the only thing we see. I'm so confused. You only speak in cryptic, don't you, huh? But yeah, I think after that I learned HTML, and then from HTML, obviously when you're learning it, you kind of have to learn CSS. It's basically, you can find me, it's the same thing. Like, not the same thing, but HTML and CSS is the one programming language, like, combined. Because, here's the thing, if you're not using CSS, you're just putting CSS in your HTML code anyways. It's just less efficient, right? Because in CSS, basically, the main thing you do is you create classes, right? So the class can be called, like, orange text. And then you can set the text colors, text size, text font, and all of that. And then instead of having to set that all manually every time you want orange text, you can just give it the class of orange text. That's basically it. So CSS is just anything you can do in HTML, but more efficient. And then I did a bit on JavaScript, and I've noticed JavaScript is a lot like, you know, the C programming languages. For me, obviously, very particular to C#. But, you know, there's obviously C# is based off C+, I believe, or C++, something like that. Right? Is that what's called C+? Well, we explored some Twitch VTubers. Most VTubers didn't work out. Some had us adding them to a proposal target list, kind of. C++? Okay, that makes sense. Right. Are you trying to, convince VTubers to sign their life away, huh? Trying to sign them up to a suspicious contract? Or are you just a VTubing company in disguise? I actually noticed I went onto Twitter this morning and checked my notifications, and a VTuber, like, there's quite a few VTubers, and like, some of them, not like big shots, but pretty big shots. People liking my posts or even following me, or even like, yeah, a VTuber company. I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure when they said company, it's an agency. I don't know. They're like, I forget what they were. But they liked one of my posts, and I was like, what? That why are you looking at such a pitiful water flute such as I? Just a tiny little me in the abyss of everything, and you liked my post? No question mark. We compose a track and see, and we just need help from vocals, that's all. Oh, that's what you were talking about when you said singers. So you're looking for like people who are doing karaoke right now. I see, that's fun. Don't worry, I can't sing. Don't you worry, I cannot sing. One of my goals as a VTuber is to one day sing a song. But I think one day, if I ever end up doing like a concert or anything, because it's like one of my, if I do ever get the opportunity to do a concert, like a live concert with like maybe even a 3D model or whatnot, I do want to like sing a few songs, right? And I'm like, that means I have to sing. And I was like, if I ever get to the time where I'm so like, you know, where it's I'm like in deep enough to like be doing a concert, I'd probably start doing singing lessons, right? Maybe some dancing lessons too. I don't know how to dance either. Also, about programming, well, unfortunately, even though we are an entity, we are not understand about how to code. We know some basic stuff, but not actually understand the coding scripts. It's okay. I feel like nowadays you don't actually need to understand how to code. Do you want to create a website? Just use like one of those, you know, the websites where you pay a subscription to create the website for you, or even Adobe, I think, has a program to create websites. Yeah. I just do it because one, I like control whenever I program. Two, it's fun. It's fun. Now it's a little bit tedious because of how long it takes, but no, it's actually quite fun to program. And third of all, actually I don't know what the third thing is. Just control and fun, but like also like, yeah, you can do things that you wouldn't normally be able to do with just like non-programming. Like it's also why there's a game making program, right? And it's called Game Maker Studio? What's it called? Game Engine. Yeah, there's a game engine called Game Maker Studio. And I was quite excited to try it out at one point. And then I realized it's like, whatchamacallit? The game making studio, it works on logic as opposed to on programming. And I just didn't like that because I was like, I don't think I would have the same freedom with logic as I do with like programming, you know? Website builder, there's probably there's a tool for that, which is, yeah, Wix, Adobe, Squarespace, all of that. Again, hosting website is expensive. It depends on the website. I don't know, I've got a few friends that like host a website just for like them and their friends. And they're just paying like a $5 subscription because it's like the server they're using is super, like the server they're paying for can only take a few people at once, but it's like, that's all they need. And they don't need that much memory. But if we're talking like professional websites, yeah, expensive. Barbie girl cover when? I don't know. the one that really, okay, I'm gonna confess something, okay? I'm gonna confess something. The song, if I ever get a partner, okay? Not that that's ever gonna happen, I don't think, but if by miracle I ever get a partner, I've thought about this before. I'm like, if I ever get a partner, I think it would be really funny if they were like also like a VTuber who was like just a friend once. Because there's so many things of like where people just like ship VTubers, right? And then I'm like, it would be funny if that like shit became real. But also it's like, it's kind of, you gotta make sure you like the person, right? I wouldn't just want to date someone just because they exist in my life and they're kind to me. You know, the classic trope of like, oh, this person was nice to me and so I'm head over heels for them. I'm a little bit better than that, guys. But the song that really gets me is Santa Baby. That's the song. If you ever, like, if I ever get a partner and you guys have contact with that partner, be like, and you guys, all you have to do is be like, hey, sing Kaho Nyanako Santa Baby, and they'll be like head over heels for you. game engines, some are okay on low-end system, some straight up toasting CPUs. Unity, it's okay. Unreal Engine 6 CPU, alright, I'm dead. Well, okay, here's the thing with game engines. They're obviously not meant to be optimal, right? Like, there's no way to make a game engine that's gonna be more optimal than a guy programming straight onto, like, JavaScript. You get me? Or, like, the Nintendo programmers programming Super Mario Bros. On the NES, right? With only 40 kilobits of information. Like, it's not gonna be, as... What was I trying to say? It's not gonna be as optimized as that, because the point of a game engine is to make the process faster. Not the game faster, but the process faster, right? The point is to make it easier for us game developers, and just sort of, the trade-off is, I guess, you can't really create such a computationally hard game. Because honestly, like, I mean, from the game engines I've used, and I've never used Unreal, I'm not a big fan of Unreal. I know it's an industry standard, whatnot, but I don't know. Everyone just has, like, the personal preference. Like, it's nothing I have against Unreal as a company or anything. It's just a personal preference. It just doesn't work with me. You get me? And I haven't really tried it out that much. Maybe if I, like, tried it out a bit more, or it was, like, my first, you know, game engine, maybe I'd be a bit more, like, in love with it. But as of this universe, not really a big fan. But I found, like, as a game developer, it's not that hard on CPU. Whatchamacallit? It's not that hard on CPU when creating the game. Granted, I've never created, like, any games with more than just me creating the game, so I'm not creating big games. But, you know, nowadays, I gotta say, nearly any idea you have as a game developer, computers are powerful enough to be able to run that game, even if your programming is unoptimized. Like, it is just that good at this point. Computers are so good. And obviously, you want to create your games for, I would say, like, if we've got, like, the bell curve, anyone with, like, 20% over, like, in terms of bad computers. So you're not trying to create a game for the worst 20% of computers, you know, someone playing on, like, a 2005 laptop. You're not trying to create a game for that. But, like, you know, someone that's playing on a laptop, you still want to, like, on a, you know, somewhat modern laptop, a laptop released in the past decade, you still want your game to be able to run on that, or, like, a $500 PC or something, right? You don't want... There's been some games in the past, back when computers weren't as optimized, and those games were optimized for the computers they had at the office that they were making the game. And it could not run on, like, the average Joe's, like, home computer. It also depends on the game itself, so engine is not the only thing that matters. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I would argue, basically any idea you have, you can create on basically any engine. As I said, you can create a game straight from JavaScript. That's how Minecraft was created. It wasn't created on a game engine. It was created from JavaScript, right? That's how Super Mario Bros. Was created. It was created straight from a programming language. No engine being a middleman. So any idea you can create in almost any gaming engine. It's just what gaming engine you like the most. Once again, it's gotten to a point nowadays where creating a game, like, you're focused less on, like, optimization and more on, like, being quick as a developer, right? Because games have much more content in them, and yet computers are fast enough to be able to handle that content. So yeah, it's like, yeah. Yeah, it's that sort of thing where it's like, you get me. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You get me. You're trying to pick out the game engine that you feel like you are most optimal on as a human being and as a creator. The one that both works most efficiently, like talking speed-wise, you can produce games at a faster speed, and also the one that you just like the UI of and just feels the most comfortable and all of that. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I know it's been a while. But you know, the teacher, right, going back to, like, how we got into programming, the teacher was talking about, like, different age demographics, right? Because he was like, the reason why so many teachers who taught computing are super old. Because I was like, it's kind of funny, right? Kids are the ones that are, like, so attracted to technology nowadays, and yet it's Like, people who've got white hair that are the ones teaching computing. But he made a good point. He was like, it's because they're, like, older people, right? The older people were the ones who had to grow up with, like, basic technology, right? They were the ones where, if there was a problem, it was more efficient just to learn how to program and program it yourself. There was no website hosting services, and so you had to, if you want a website, you had to learn how to make it yourself. And on your computer, if you wanted to run a program, you might have to go into your, what's it called? It's the control panel, you know? And then type in the program yourself. And so they kind of had to learn the ins and outs of computers. Yeah, CMD. They had to learn the ins and outs of computers to get it to work, right? Whereas the demographic under them, right? Like a lot of people who are parents nowadays, you know, they're not grandparents, but they also have kids, right? Well, actually no, because, so I'm still living like a decade in the past. People who are 30 nowadays, I would still consider quite young, and they would be parents. I'm talking people who are like maybe 40, 50, and 60, right? Those people, because I feel like you become a grandparent when you're maybe like 60s to 70s, right? I'm not wrong about this, right? Right! Hopefully I'm not stupid. But yeah, that demographic of like 40s and 50s and like early 60s, they grew up with computers already made for them, but they still had to like, that's where they learned like all the symbols, right? This is when UI was really becoming a thing. Because now people knew how to program computers, and now this is where you start getting like, you know, all of the different clippy and whatnot, right? Where it's like people are trying to focus, and that's where you get that like 1990s nostalgic, like whatnot, type of computer graphics and all those like 2010s websites, right? Because this is still the demographic that was creating those websites in 2010s. You gotta remember, it's not the people under 20 years old who are creating the websites. It's not just kids. A lot of people who are creating websites are like, you know, young adults. And so, yeah, that's where you get your 2010 websites from and all of that stuff. And it's like, this is where we're trying to focus on user interface as opposed to just, and also like experience, what's it called? Wait, UI, user experience. Yeah. And so, yeah, they're trying to focus on user experience. And then the next generations, right? Like Gen Z and the one above them, I forget. Anyone from, you know, the ages of their 30s and under. These people grew up with technology fully built for them. Like, it's kind of weird. You know how computers work? You get me? At that age, it's like, you grew up with phones. Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. I didn't grow up on phones. I got my first phone, I'm not going to say the exact age, but it was a bit later in life. I know. I'm also one of those people that's like, wow, I'm so surprised that kids when, you know, kids are like 5 years old and got the iPhone 14. Even I have the iPhone 14. I have an iPhone 12. For anyone that wants to hack me, now you know I've got an iPhone 12. No, it's okay. I hope I'm a bit, like, I'm cyber secure aware enough to not get hacked. But it is, I was a little bit worried when I said that. I was like, knowing someone's, like, operating system makes it super easy, like, way easier to send them, like, the specific thing that's gonna work way better on their device. But then I was like, let's just hope I never get a virus from one of you guys. But, give me a second, I'm nearly in the main. Exactly. Oh boy. But, you know, what was I talking about? Yeah, and that's why he was like, because I was like, oh, I thought everyone, you know, use HTML. I know, HTML, as I said, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. And it was like, I don't know, people your age being able to code is just fair. And I'm like, damn. Wow. But you know, I'm also like very cyber secure and whatnot. But like that's why I'm always like, I rarely open links. And every time I do have to open a link, I'm always super conscious of like, you know, I'm super conscious of like, let me check that this link is real, right? Let me check that this Instagram.com is actually Instagram.com. I'm a little bit less wary on my personal like devices and accounts and whatnot. Because by the way, I don't have all of my devices. Not that I have many devices, by the way, but I don't have all of them hooked up to the Kaho and Yanako channel because, you know, that way they're safe, right? But yeah, definitely on like this, if anyone sends me a link or like anyone sends me an email or anything, I'm always super wary, right? I always follow all the rules I tell you. I have, whatchamacallit, I have different passwords for every website, and they're not like just words. I would say they have a pattern behind them, but they are like, there are words and numbers and whatnot, and they've got a pattern behind them. But it is basically, when you look at it, it is just a jumbled mess of letters, symbols, and numbers. But yeah, and also, as I said, I never open links. I always double check the link if I do have to open it. That's why every time, whenever like there's something like with the leeches thing on 2 days ago, which no one saw, by the way. I'm sorry, the stream is down. I was planning to talk about it today, and I'll talk about it in a little bit after this conversation topic. But yeah, because I know that you can do a redirect link. So you can get a link that looks suspiciously similar to the real link, right? And then once they click on it, it redirects them to the real link, right? So for the person who clicked on it, they do not notice it because the redirect is basically instant. Unless you have bad internet, then you can sort of watch your URL change as it redirects you. But apart from that, by the way, redirect basically means it will send you to one website. And most redirects are safe, by the way. Most of the time when a website redirects you, it's safe. But in this specific case, what it will do is it will send you to a website. That website would scrape the information that your computer sends them, because obviously your computers are always sending websites information, right? It sends them your internet, right? Like, because it's obviously connected through internet, and through the internet, it can grab your IP. That's why you never want to go on suspicious websites or on suspicious Minecraft servers or anything like that unless you're using a VPN, because it can grab your IP. It can grab what device you're using. That can be used for advertisement purposes, and also to some websites need to know what device you're on to know how to format their website. If you're on a phone, they want to format it vertically. If you're on a desktop computer, they want to format it horizontally. Although most times I will say, a lot of websites just count how many pixels there are from left to right. And then it does still need to know what device you're on, right? Obviously a phone has way more pixels left to right. How much does it have? Like, how much does a modern phone have pixels horizontally? It's got like a lot, okay? But if you actually go onto either inspect mode, I usually use inspect mode, right? If you go onto a website, go onto inspect mode, and then drag over the inspect to where it, whatchamacallit? I would do it on stream, but I'm a little bit scared it's going to show something. You drag it over until the website itself, the actual visual website, or you can just unfull screen your browser and then shrink that to become vertical. And once you've got it vertically high but horizontally slim, then it will actually swap over to that phone mode. A lot of websites do that. So even if your computer's trying to emulate, something, yeah, it just counts the pixel width. I don't know, because sometimes when I program websites, I will check the inspect mode to see what's the workings behind it. And a lot of the time, you will see once it says, if pixel count is under this much, change font size to this, change image to that, it'll completely change the entire format of the website. 1080p? No, that's like a monitor size. I'm talking about like iPhone size, right? Like how wide is an iPhone in pixels? Yeah. In a 1080p computer, by the way, it's 1920 pixels. I know that. Don't you, Bobby? That's how big my drawing tablet is. But no, basically, yeah. It would send you, if someone sent you a link, they can make it look like the real link. And then it will send you to a website. That website will scrape your data. And then now they know where you live. They know your IP address, which once again can even get them down to like your specific house address, I believe, at times. They know what device you're using. They can also try to send some things to your device. It's not easy to hack someone through a website. I gotta say, it's not easy at all, right? You can do something where automatically download something onto their computer, but their computers are made not to run things unless the user specifies to run it. So you can't make it auto run the program unless, I don't know, their computers, they've already got something downloaded on their computer that runs every virus, I suppose. The iPhone 16 Pro Max is 440 by 950. Wow, that's so much smaller. What? That's so much smaller than I expected. Damn, wait, maybe it is just pixel count. Hold on, let me check. What website should I use? What's like most? I've noticed like a lot of animes and whatnot. That's generally like how I grab like good-looking websites. Is I'll go to like a game I really like, or an anime I really like, and they'll have like a website. But give me like a website or like a game or anything. And I'll check what the pixel thing is for it to swap over. Not all websites have this, mind you, but most of them do. Most of them just count pixel width. But gotta be suspicious of links because of redirects. Gotta be suspicious of downloads. Even like downloading an image or like downloading a PDF. Most of the time, like there are some file formats that are like basically safe. But there have been instances in the past of like some really smart hackers being able to hack like PNGs, for example. And that's scary. So just never, if you are a content creator as well, if you get like an email from a company being like, oh, we want to do a sponsorship with you, and here's like, I don't know, here's our terms and services, or like here's a catalog maybe if it's a product placement, then they can just hack that thing, you know? That's how, I watched that one Sir Swag video where he got hacked through, you know, a company pretending to be a sponsorship. Yeah. So definitely be wary of your emails and companies, trying to fake themselves. You get me? Obviously a real company would never do that, but it can look pretty convincing. Never, if anything ever says you have to log in to do something, never click the login page from the email. Always go to the web, like always search up the website yourself in the browser. Always do that. Once again, it is so easy, especially if you're not like always on the lookout 24/7 to fool someone to think that you're like actually PayPal, right? And then all you have to do is ask them to go to the, like, have a link that will send them to their account, but it doesn't actually send them to account. It sends them to a fake login screen. And then once they've typed in their password, you now know their password. So always, if a company is ever like, please call us, like, on this phone number, or please log in using this link, always search up the company's real phone number. Always search up the company's real link. Just always do that. I even know with images, you can check, I forget what it is. Images, I don't think you can hack people through images, but if you embed an image in a email, I believe you can check who's opened up that image or something. That's pretty scary. I'm also very conscious of like people scanning my IP. That's why, you know, I'm always wary of doing things, going to like websites with other people, or like playing games with other people, because I've always got to double check, you know? What if playing Cards.io, there is a way to scrape someone's IP, then you all know where I live. Then you would just all know where I live. That wouldn't be good. Anyways, let's use the Bocce the Rock website. Bocce the Rock website. Because I'm pretty sure... I think they actually changed the website. I remember I looked at the website like a while ago. Like a long while ago. And it was a little bit different, yeah. Bocce.rocks. And let's go into inspect. And then change. Oh. So many pop-ups. Okay, close that. Okay, let's see if I can change it. There we go. It's already changed its format once. Once it gets into about a square format, it removes its little footer, which is like a little banner at the bottom of the screen. It removes that. Keep going, and there we go. What was the pixel size exactly? It is 800 and... Where is it? Wait, actually, where is it? What? Do I just have to find it manually? There we go, it's 835 pixels. Maybe I'm off by a couple pixels. But yeah, 835 pixels. So an iPhone definitely smaller than 835 pixels, so it will swap over into that vertical format. Isn't that cool? Now you know how websites work. Now you know how to be safe online. Yeah. Good on you all. Now you know how to be safe. Safe and protected. I feel like there was something I was gonna say before, but I forgot what I was gonna say. Why do I look so drowsy when I do that? Right, I can't get it to do it again. There we go. Why do I look so drowsy? Honestly, my eyes look a little bit weird when I'm not smiling, I gotta say. Okay, ready? That's how they look. I'm surprised. I thought I was gonna be super sleepy after not getting like that much sleep. I'm fine. I feel fine. Just wait for me in like a few hours. I'm gonna be so tired. Or like after the stream, I'm gonna be super tired. No, I'm fine. Wow, Ticket to Ride Nordic. I still can't believe people see the wrong thing in it. I want to play Ticket to Ride Nordic right now. Do you think? No. I was gonna be like, maybe I should invite someone over to like play or something. I don't think anyone would want to come over to play. Boo. Boo. All I wanted to play my Ticket to Ride. Oh well. I was gonna do I was gonna do my little... Whoa, wait, hold on. So, I just checked YouTube. Hello to any YouTube watchers. I think it's just Jonata in YouTube as well. It says my average view duration is 9 minutes, and that's clearly not true from the graph. Oh, thank you for giving me so many hearts. Maybe I need a way to like put that little like infographic on the screen. I think you can put reactions on the screen somehow, but I'm not sure. Thank you for all of the hearts here, I'll give them back. There you go. There's a little, oh, so many hearts being spread around the world. Maybe I should actually, most of the times, my streams, I started feeling like, oh, I should probably leave my YouTube tab open, because in OBS I've got Twitch chat open, but I don't have YouTube chat open, and so I've got to wait for it to come through on my screen. But then I keep opening new tabs to like Google something and I never get back. Whoops. It's fine. I have a rule because I've noticed there's some people who are really bad at tabs, right? They never shut down their computers and they've got like 5 windows and 100 tabs. My rule is, if anyone's got a tab problem, right? My rule is, you have to shut down your computer every night. You should be doing that anyways. It's good for your computer health. But you should be shutting down your computer every night. Unless like you're downloading something. Obviously you can make like the exception here and there. But like, you should shut it down every night. And that way you have to close Chrome or whatever browser you're using. You have to close that every night. And so you're not allowed to leave stuff open. And I have found it's a little bit dangerous figuring out. For anyone on Chrome, you can right click the browser bar, you know where all your tabs are, and then hit bookmark all tabs, and you can open up your tabs for next time. I'm really bad with that. I'm really bad with like making a temporary save, but like sometimes I'm drawing and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try something really risky. I'm gonna temporarily save the file and then go do my risky thing, and I never. Or like, you know, with the tab groups, I'm gonna create a tab group just for tomorrow, you know, just to save it overnight, and then I'm gonna open it when I wake up and then delete the tab group. Then I never delete it. And so I found out I have to name anything that's temporary. I have to name temporary, delete it right now. So that I remember to delete it, and I remember that's nothing that I wanted to keep open. But bookmark all tabs is dangerous. That's why I've sort of like, I've stopped using it unless I really need it. Like if I've got references open for like art and I'm going to bed, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'll use bookmark all tabs. But apart from that, nah. If I don't remember it the next day, it wasn't important. I shut down my computer every night and all my browser's data gets deleted. Whoa, like cookies as well? Damn. I don't think I'm brave enough to delete my cookies. Because when you delete your cookies, you have to like, every time. Cookies and history. Well, what do you need to delete your history for, huh? What do you need to delete your history for? It's not like Google Chrome forgets your history when it sends you advertisements. You can't use it as an excuse. What do you need to delete your history for? No, I think, I remember it was like a joke amongst my friends once. So whenever left their computer open, right, you would open up the browser history, like Control H on Chrome, and then Google up like the worst words, right? Whatever words could be included. Yeah. But inevitably, I know sometimes we actually found some pretty weird stuff, but it would always just be like a Reddit post that had like that word in the title, and it's like they weren't actually like watching. Because let's be real, people are smart, right? We all go into like incognito or whatnot, right? But yeah, no, I think I haven't really had anything bad in my browser history. I'm pretty careful with that as well, to be fair. It's just stupid stuff I don't delete. I'm not sure something important I was gonna say before. I remember myself being like, yeah, I'll get back to that later because there was something I wanted to say this stream, but let me finish speaking first. Whoops. It's okay. It's okay. Decolon. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's not like I cared anyways. Psh. 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 I need like a pouting face. Trying to try to do that a lot in real life as well. Try to do a pouting face and it just doesn't work. You gotta like express it through your actions instead of your face. Yeah. You know, one of my favorite things to do with people. This sounds so sadistic of me. Yeah, one of my favorite things to do with people. No. It's like, it's a funny conversation, right? Is to, especially if they've never seen what the rice purity test is, it's like, oh hey, what's your rice purity test score? Because I don't get it. Nobody lies about the vice purity test. Like, no one's like, oh, I don't want to tell you. They always tell you the truth. It's so funny. And the problem with the vice purity test, right, is, whatchamacallit? The problem is, like, from someone's score, you can always sort of guess what things they've done. Like, if their score is 95, right? You know what those 5 things were. There's like, oh, have you ever held hands with someone? Have you ever, like, whatnot and whatnot? It's just so easy to, like, guess, right? Obviously, someone at a 95 vice purity test isn't gonna be like, yeah, I've been arrested before. Or, like, I've been under, like, you know, the influence of, like, illegal drugs or whatnot. No! It's always like, yeah, I've drunken alcohol once. And someone's like, and then someone who's got, like, a 70 in vice purity test, you also know what they've done. Like, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to guess. Yeah. Alcohol. Exactly, alcohol's bad for you. It's technically a poison, right? I think I heard it's technically a poison. I don't know, I'm not a big alcohol person. Fun fact, okay, are you ready for this fun fact? I've never been drunk. I know, I wish I had, like, an applause. I wish I had a soundboard. So I could play, like, an applause. I've never been drunk. The problem is, right? First of all, I think it must be, like, genetically or something. Like, I'm quite a heavyweight. Like, I have drunken enough to, like, something that should make me at least tipsy, right? Because I can't say for sure whether I've ever been tipsy, but I don't think I've ever been tipsy. There you go, you've got the applause over there. In Twitch chat, you've just said the word clap, apparently, and it works. Okay. I didn't know that thing worked. Yeah, no, wait, it totally just says clap in both Twitch chats. That makes no sense. I don't know why my chat on screen is actually clapping. But yeah, no, I've drunk in, like, a few standards, and it's like I didn't get tipsy. I've also been told. So, you know, maybe this is just an Australian thing, 'cause Australians love to drink alcohol, but the 7TV version, it works. What's 7TV? But they always, not always. There's a lot of infographics about, like, how to drink wisely, right? Especially when you're in school and whatnot. Oh, it's just, like, something that converts words into emotes. That makes sense. And, yeah, they're always, like, you know, make sure to drink slowly. So if you do, like, drink enough to make yourself drunk or a little bit over, you know, alcohol takes a while to hit you, and so if you're drinking slowly, you know when it's hit you, right? Make sure you're eating while you're drinking. Make sure you're drinking water, because I think alcohol, does alcohol technically dehydrate you? Does it depend on the percentage of the alcohol? Alien dance. Oh god, wait, does my thing automatically have the 7TV thing installed? It might. Yeah, I hate the taste of ethanol, right? Oh yeah, sorry, also I always make sure to eat before drinking. So that too, I hate the taste of ethanol. And even when it's, like, so tiny, right, like it's a mixer, I just can't do it. I feel like I want to puke. And so I've never actually drunken enough to be drunk. So that's a fun fact. There's a fun fact for you all. I have never drunken enough to be drunk. And I don't know, I know people do, like, drinking streams. I've thought about it, and I'm like, I don't know if I'd ever want to. I don't feel like, I'm a little bit scared, like, if I'm gonna say something stupid while I'm drunk. But also, I don't know if I would enjoy it, you know? I know if you guys would enjoy it, I might just be, like, a boring person. Fun fact, I am not fun. What? No, you're fun. You're fun. No lies. Stop lying to me. Fun fact, you're a liar, and a cheat, and a scam. But no, I've never drunken enough to be drunk. Decolon. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, what else? What else is there? Yeah, no, alcohol is, but it's technically, but like, apparently, and that's why, like, you shouldn't, like, you know, drink every day or anything, because it does actually affect your body. Apparently. Apparently, according to science, I suppose. It's fine. I'll always be the designated driver, I suppose. I do want to be like that one person that, like, every time we go to a bar, I order a glass of milk. I heard it's similar to smoking. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think smoking is, like, a lot more obviously bad for you, right? Because smoking, like, once you've been smoking for long enough, you can, like, hear. Like, it affects your voice and all of that. Whereas drinking, it's kind of, like, it's hard to spot, like, someone who drinks too much, right? And apparently most people who are, like, under that definition, like the, you know, legal scientific definition of alcoholic, which, what is it? Is it 4-5 standards a week or something? And then, like, 1 standard a day is considered, like, scientifically alcoholic. But apparently most people, like, you don't notice it, right? It's like, as an outsider person, I mean, you don't notice it, because most people, they drink, like, after work, like, they have a glass of wine after work or something, and it's like, you're not gonna, like, they don't act all rashly and whatnot, they have a drink after work to calm down, and it's like, that's it. Like, but it is technically bad for the body. But I mean, there's so much things you can do that's bad for your body, right? You can eat bad foods, you can, as you said, smoke, you can drink, you can, I think, I don't know. Sometimes science is like, oh, this thing is bad for your body. Like, science is like, you should never eat fast food, right? Because they're like, yeah, some, like, health people out there, they're like, you should never eat fast food. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, there are other things that are going to kill me in life than eating fast food, like, once a month, okay? Alright, I think it's fine. You gotta enjoy life, you know, because I think a lot of things, like, a lot of the reason to be healthy isn't actually about, like, wanting to live long or anything. It's that people just want to, whatchamacallit? Like, being healthy just makes people happy, right? Like, that is one of the main reasons why people like being healthy. It just makes them happy. And it's like, yeah, if you're following all of these health things, only eating spinach every day and, like, green grass milkshakes and whatnot, it's like, I don't know, sure, you live long, but what's better, a short and happy life or long and miserable life? Right? Especially in Australia, there are a lot of things that can kill you. There are. It's fine. If you live a more suburban life or, like, city life, you're safe, alright? Just don't be a farmer. Those cows are out to kill you. Apparently someone got attacked by a shark in Australia, like in New Zealand or Queensland, the Gold Coast. Like, someone recently got killed by a shark, and they're like, oh, like, because they're planning to take the shark nets down, right? I'm not sure why, probably environmental reasons. And they're like, oh, well, you're gonna leave the shark nets up. And I'm like, 1 person died by a shark, and what's the statistics, like 50,000 people die something by cows every year. Because cows, like, either, like, attack the people directly or just end up accidentally suffocating people. Yeah, cows are deadly. Don't frick with cows. Oh, man. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fight with those cows. But yeah, no, you gotta. But I don't know if I'd ever do, like, a drunk stream or anything. I don't know. I just don't know how it would work, you know. Also, I don't know if I can drink enough alcohol to become drunk. As I said, I hate the taste. And so it's like, if I try to drink things that have low alcohol, I'm just gonna be miserable the whole stream. And if I try to like take shots, I'm gonna puke. I'm telling you right now. I could, like, beer with it's like 4% alcohol, that's too much. Like an Asahi, or was it Asahi? That tasted horrible to me. And some people are like, oh, it's just an acquired taste, but clearly I haven't acquired the taste, huh? One day. Man, I want to play Catan. I want to play Catan or Ticket to Ride, one of the two. I wish I had friends that didn't have a life. You know, friends that would just play games with me on my beck and call. It's fine. I'm one of those people that kind of, you ask me to play a game and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy. Man, I did hear a quote which I kind of agree with, kind of disagree with. There's a quote that people are never too busy to do something. It's just not their priority. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like when we think about it, the amount of people who are like, you meet, right? And they're like, oh, I'm so busy. Every hour of the day, I'm working away. I go to work and then I come home and then I study. And I'm just so busy and I never leave the house. And then they'll send you like a TikTok reel for like 2 hours. Like you have timestamps of them saying you TikTok reels for 2 hours. And you're like, buddy, buddy, you are not working and studying every hour of the day. But, you know, and it's like, yeah, okay, that could be a priority thing, right? Like, oh, I'm so busy, but I actually just wanted to watch this movie instead. Like, there are times when I tell people, you know, especially a while ago before, like, starting VTubing, I was a lot more free before starting VTubing. You guys have ruined my life. Now you guys take up every hour of my life. I'm so busy. I haven't even finished my Twitch bio. I'm still gonna get around to that. Whoops. Still got a couple of things to draw for that. But, yeah. People, whatchamacallit? Like, sometimes I have been like, oh, I'm too busy. It's just like, I wanted to do something. I was midway through playing a game. But sometimes it is like, I think relaxation is, it's not something that is like a luxury. It is a must. It's like eating, right? Like a workaholic still has to eat. As much as they want to deny it, they have to eat, right? I wish I had friends that didn't have a life. Yeah. It's okay if I make streamer friends or like friends with like Twitch chat and whatnot. I've won. They don't have life, right? No, really, Jonathan, you've got much more of a life than I do. Working like a real job at the tax office or something. You're bilingual as well. That's way better than I could do. I am, you know, streaming for 4 or 5 hours a day. That's how I choose to spend my time. It's fine. The only thing I got going for me is I'm like okay at art. That's about it. I'm like okay at art. I think I was saying before. Oh well, it's not like it was important. It's not like it was important. I just remembered that important thing I was gonna say before that I've got to do this stream. Sometime this stream. Or at least I want to do it this stream. I just want to explain a couple of things. But I feel like I was trying to wait. I was gonna do it when like either the other two people were around water with Phantom Mouse or the Astral Synapse. Because I've sort of already explained it to you, Jonathan, but oh well. Maybe we just keep waiting. I don't know, maybe I do it now. Maybe a bit more than okay if I look at your marvelous story. believe, oh my god, I just remembered last stream when I smacked my tummy to create a noise. Because I was with a group of people yesterday, right? I was in the, wait, no, yesterday? Was this yesterday or was this the day before after stream? I can't remember when. It was one of the days. One of the days after slapping my tummy. And I heard them drumming on this tummy and I was like, how did you do that? I thought it was easy, right? And then I tried it once and it hurt and they're like, you just gotta get used to it. Oh my god. Like, I'm not a masochist that just gets punched in the stomach every other day, right? I don't have that sort of like tummy tolerance. Oh man. But no, I do want to do it just for any future viewers. I don't know, I keep doing things and I'm like, wow, is this gonna be clipped one day? Am I gonna get my very first clip and then no one clips me? Maybe I'm gonna clip myself, but I genuinely, making a YouTube video, like I've tried editing before and doing, whatchamacallit, editing anything takes a while. And it makes sense, right? Like, let's say you want to make a 10-minute video. First of all, you got to record it. Okay, that's fine. Let's say it's a stream highlight, right? Well, actually, that's worse. Because the recording took like 4 hours. Technically. But if just someone else making like stream clips or stream highlights of your favorite VTuber, then you didn't, you know, I guess you had to watch it. Yeah, I guess it's all the same. But when you make a video, right, you have to watch all of your record material, find what parts you want, and then you've got to watch those parts, and then you've got to clip them, put them in, and then rewatch them to make sure that the part you like clipped out was, you know, good, and it starts and ends in like a silent place so someone doesn't just come in halfway through a word. And it's like, then you've already watched the same clip like 5 times over. Your 10-minute video has taken you like just to edit, right? Once again, ignoring the whole first watch through, watching all of the things you either recorded or like your, you know, the whole VTuber stream for like at least an hour. Subtracting that, right? You're watching whatever you're editing like 20 times over. That 10-minute video just turned into like, for you, like 3 hours of effort. You get me? Not 3 hours. Yeah, no, 3 hours of effort. So it's like, it's long and it's hard. I do have a bit of a life, okay? So it's like, I don't know. I know making YouTube videos is like good for like getting people to come watch your streams, but one day I'll have someone that clips me. One day. I just need to say something really controversial. You don't need to wash your legs. Yep, you need to wash your legs with soap. No. There we go. Is that controversial enough? Kaho, it's long and it's hard. I'm talking about video editing, okay? I'm talking about video editing. But no, I also find usually like chatting gets clipped a bit more than games as well, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, I mean, this isn't really a job for me, like streaming. So it's like, I'm not gonna try to optimize it like it's a job. You get me? I'm not gonna take like optimize the fun out of it and start making YouTube videos because that's what's technically best for my analytics and for my channel and whatnot. You know? You get me? Yeah. But no, one day, yeah, right now I'm just going. I also like when the thing is, right? I've noticed as a streamer, it's much more like fulfilling to have one person in chat that chats to you than 10 people who are just watching, right? Like, it's way better. Like, fans are so much more important to streamers, I've found out now, right? Because I said I don't really have a past life before this. I haven't really been on the internet before this much. I've only been a fan before, never content creator or anything like that. And yeah, having like fans is way more important to streamers than just having people that watch, right? Like, if I could have 1,000 people that watch my videos every day, but each of those people didn't chat and they were first time viewers, and so they never came back. That would be way worse to me than being like just a small VTuber with like 10 people who, you know, come in whenever they can and like are in the community, you know, chatting with not just me, but like other people. I can't be around all the time, you know? And like, yeah, that's what I've noticed. That's what I've noticed as a, you know, streamer. And so, but you know, I definitely, maybe I could one day try to create a YouTube video, but it's also, I don't know. I'm not sure if it'll be that fun. When I have edited videos before, it's boring. It's kind of boring. Also, I don't know. I'm the one who sort of did the stream. It feels a bit weird making a whole like clip compilation of myself. Feels a little bit egotistical a bit, if you get me. Yeah. Alright, do I do that thing that I've been putting off? The start is always slow. You can't get better if you don't try. Exactly! I've also noticed, like, I feel like as, like, a streamer, like, as an individual, right? Because you can always look at, like, analytics and whatnot, and whatever. I don't care about analytics that much. I mean, I noticed, right, there was this time I played Slay the Spire, and I had, like, way more views than usual. And I'm not going to say how many views it got, because it's kind of pathetic that this is my most viewed video. Well, not pathetic by my standards, pathetic by like some people's standards. But then like my average views per day is like 10 now. Like people just watching, not like the stream itself, but like just watching past streams. And it's like, I'm okay with that. I feel like, from my feeling personally, I feel like I've been more popular. Not that I'd say I'm like popular full stop, but I've been more popular just because there's more people that like come in and like don't just watch for 30 seconds and leave, you know? You get me? And I've also noticed, like, not just looking at the analytics, I feel like I as myself have become a better streamer. You get me? Like my first streams were kind of boring. I didn't really know what to say. I was a bit I was a bit like, yeah, like I don't really know what I'm doing. And then now, and I was also playing games, so I said, I feel like at least the kind of content that I like to watch myself. I like to watch this kind of content where it's like a streamer with chat and just chatting, right? As opposed to a streamer playing a game. And, you know, I've obviously like, I've thought hard about like what I want my channel to be and like what kind of viewers I want and all of that. And yeah, it's like, what am I trying to say? I feel like, yeah, I've grown a lot, and especially now, I'm like, I've figured all that stuff out. I'm like, maybe playing games every day just because no one's chatting with me. Like, I mean, it's much easier for me, because then I've got, like, I can talk about the game, but it's, like, I mean, the kind of content that I enjoy the most is the kind of content I want to be creating for other people, and that's, like, chatting and all of that, and building a community. I've always wanted to focus my channel around community, and that's why I've always, like, I always try to make an effort to read every chat message and, you know, respond to, like, everything and try to make sure that, like, people who are, like, you know, here that don't really have much money to spend can get a lot of the perks and whatnot without having to spend money, right? They don't have to buy a super chat or a TTS just for me to see their comment. They don't have to buy a membership just to get, like, emoji perks, right? At least I'm still trying to figure that one out, but it's okay. I can't even add emojis without affiliate on Twitch or what's called monetization on YouTube. If you want to win the lottery, you need to make the money to buy a ticket. Exactly. Although I wouldn't recommend buying lottery tickets. You can do it for the fun, but lottery tickets are so bad odds-wise. I think it's like you lose 20 cents for every dollar you put into the lottery. But no, I like the idea behind the message. Just, I'm not endorsing going out and buying lottery tickets. A bit of a waste of money. You know, one of the, like, funny statistics I heard about Australia is we've got like 0.2% of the world's population or something, 0.3% of the world's population. I don't know exactly what it is. And we've got 20% of the world's poker machines. Pokies machines, sorry, my bad. Which if you don't know, a slot machine. 20% of the world's slot machines. That's insane. But they are everywhere. Wherever a place is made for old people to go to, because it's like, mostly like older people, right? It doesn't really attract to younger people. You will find pokies machines, and you will find people glued to the pokies machines. And there was like so much superstition around them as well. Like, people will wear diapers because they believe if they get out of their seat, then they've lost their winning streak or something. It's weird. It's a 50-50 chance either you win or you lose. Lotteries don't work like that, right? I've actually... No, I've gotten a couple lottery tickets before. I've never bought them myself, but some people have been like... For like my birthday gift, you know, they'll obviously give like a birthday gift, and then they'll give like a joke $2 lottery ticket to be like, hey, if you win, you're splitting the prize with me, okay? But... No, I'm pretty sure it's like... You know, obviously it's super rare to win the big prize, but you know... You can get, like, if you get a few numbers, you get, like, a tiny prize that just pays back the lottery ticket. Oh, man. Stalling. Stalling is great, isn't it? Let's keep stalling. I'm not even nervous. It's just a bit awkward. I get embarrassed over some of the stupidest stuff sometimes. Yeah. So how's the weather over there? Actually, fine. I don't know. I don't like actually telling you guys the weather. As I said, if a streamer says the weather too many times, it's you can, you know, use that to like find roughly the location. I don't want that to happen. As I said, you guys can already probably start to get an idea of like what city I live in. What state I live in, you know? But no, you know, it's, you know, normal weather. It's normal weather, you know? Yeah, I would tell you there's not a hurricane right now. Whether there's a drought or not, I couldn't tell you actually. I feel like droughts are just so common in Australia. You don't even notice when they happen, they just happen. But no, we don't get many natural disasters here apart from droughts. We never really get... I mean, okay, it's a bit mean for me to say this literally a couple months after a cyclone and... Was it a typhoon? I think it was typhoon or something. Hit, you know, the Gold Coast. Whoops, we normally don't get that. That's not common. We never get tsunamis, we never get earthquakes. I mean, we've got a couple of earthquakes, but they never, like, do any damage because they're so tiny. We never get volcanoes, we never get... What the natural disasters are there? I feel like that's a big one. Tsunamis, earthquakes, any, like, water, weather event, cyclones and all that, and volcanoes. New Zealand, however, we don't talk about New Zealand. New Zealand... Man, you know what's bad when your country has a like teaches its students how to, you know, save themselves from like, whatchamacallit, a natural disaster. Because in Australia, our like practice drills, none of them are, you know, natural disaster practice drills. Like, and obviously we've got fire drills because, you know, a fire can start anywhere and like all of that lockdown drills. But yeah. But also, I don't know, emergency drills aren't really that common in Australia. Nothing bad happens in Australia. I don't know if any people know this, but one time I watched like a, you know, thing from a comedian, Travis Scott, and he was like, Australia's got nothing going on. Like, he was like, your news, like I was watching your news, right? And your news was complaining one time that the Prime Minister was being corrupt because he was meant to take like an economy class flight or something from like wherever to wherever, but then the company upgraded him to first class and he accepted it. And they're like, wow, it's so corrupt accepting first class upgrade from this company. And it was like, you know, back in my home country, like, you would gift an airport to a politician to be corrupt. Not just gift a first class upgrade. And I was like, yeah, we really do not have much going on. Like, the news, because we never have, like, breaking news here as well. It's so, like, I mean, things have gone a little bit, like, less peaceful recently, but it's still, like, nothing happens. We don't have, like, legal gun ownership or anything, so it's like... And there aren't that many people that, like causing trouble, you know? It's all just petty theft. Or, like, you know, maybe someone will beat someone else up, but they won't, like, cause any severe injuries. It's kind of... I don't know. Like, I mean, I understand it all depends on where you live, like, the area you live in. And that makes sense, right? But... really... Even in the worst areas, it's, like, way better than, like, the best areas in some countries, right? Didn't the Prime Minister shit himself in a McDonald's twice? Yep! Yep! Was that ScoMo? Don't tell me that was ScoMo. Which PM... And... oh my god, what was it? Was it one of the, not Prime Ministers, but like the head of states? Or was it the Prime Minister ran over, hit a kid in his car while drunk? And it's like, I think the kid was fine, right? The kid was fine, whatever. But it's so, like, our Prime Ministers are not real. As I said, our politics are not real. I think this is ScoMo, right? This is totally ScoMo. Oh, also one thing about Australia, which we talk about quite a bit in linguistics, right? Is how Australia actually, like, we are such a weird nation. Not weird, but like unique, right? So first of all, we have, I think it's called like unauthoritarianism or something. Essentially, I don't think it actually is that. I think that's just a political system. Essentially, most people in Australia don't really give much respect or authority to people in higher places, right? They don't really give much respect or authority to prime ministers or to, like, bosses or whatnot, or, like, co-workers. Because, like, take a stark contrast, right? Japan. Anyone who's even, like, a day older than you, you have to speak to them in the respectful, like, tone, you know. Teachers, you have to call them, like, sensei, right? Teacher, right? You've got all these different honorifics to be, like, nice to people. And then it's like, you've got ways to be informal as well. Which baffles me, right? Because in Australia, you don't have ways to be informal because you are always informal. You call your boss by his nickname. Like, you call your boss by your nickname, right? When you go to a doctor, you do still use the honorific doctor, but you call them by their first name. Some people find that baffling, right? Like, if your doctor is like Michael Tchaikovsky, right? I can't say that name, Tchaikovsky. You know, like the musician, the composer. Anyways, you'd call him Dr. Mike. You wouldn't call him Dr. Tchaikovsky or Dr. Michael even. You'd call him Dr. Mike, which is so Australian. You now need to call me sir every time. No. Nah. No way. You should be calling me ma'am. Don't do that. I feel like I would get super embarrassed if someone started calling me ma'am. I shouldn't have that power. But no, we also call all of our prime ministers, right? The current one, Anthony Albanese. That's not Anthony. That's not Albanese. That's Albo. Scott Morrison, that's ScoMo. It's like the thing of, like, you know, McDonald's is Macca's. You know, dog is Doggo. You spelled it wrong. No, actually, I kind of find it weird. Apostrophes are going a bit out of fashion, right? Because the way you're visually meant to spell it is M-A''am. But I feel like it's a bit weird. I feel like it would be less weird if someone just did MWAM, right? Right? It's like, you know, like the word I apostrophe M. Unless I'm writing like, you know, something that's formal or whatnot, I tend to use I'm. And also like capitalizing the I in English is going a bit out of fashion. A lot of people keep it lowercase now. When I'm handwriting, I capitalize it. When I'm typing, once again, it depends whether it's like an official thing or not. I'm not sure. On Twitter, I feel a bit weird using all lowercase. So I often make mine like syntactically, grammatically correct and all of that. But I don't know, when I text friends, when I think I sent that first message to you, right? I'm sorry if I did my previous actions, MA''M. You are so evil. But what was the saying? It's okay, I don't need to remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, on Twitter, I don't know, I kind of keep it all syntactically correct. But like when I messaged you that one time to be like, the first time we messaged, not the second time, but the first time. Not to leak DMs or anything. The first time we messaged, when you found out my Discord without me even telling you. Yeah, I was like literally, you know, using all lowercase. I didn't even spell the word you fully. I just used the letter U. That's how I text with friends most of the time. Yeah, we don't really care about, you know, honorifics and all of that. And teachers. I once had a teacher, right, that yelled at an international student because the international student is used to calling teachers teacher, right? And so he would be like, he'd put up his hand and be like, oh, teacher, can I go to the toilet? And she was, which I don't agree with getting mad over this, right? I think you can like be like, oh, please call me this. But getting mad over it is a little bit much, right? But she was like, no, you don't call me teacher. You call me Mrs. and then whatever her last name. And actually, I've forgotten this teacher by now. What's her common last name? Smith? You call me Mrs. Smith, okay? And I was like, teachers, like, because teacher here was too formal, right? It's not like she wanted it to be more formal. Teacher here is too formal. She felt like uncomfortable. And I remember everyone, it's really funny. People find me weird for this. I remember everyone by their first name and their last name. So a lot of my friends, when I like quote them in my head, I'm not like, oh, this is like, what, John, right? I'm like, this is John Slovakius. Okay, that's how I'm gonna pronounce it. Now on, I will call you Miss Nyanik. No, you don't need to. You don't need to. It's okay, you don't need to. Yeah, it's also like, you know, which happens in a lot of like Western countries, obviously, so it's not that uncommon. But, you know, Australians get quite confused when some people put last name before the first name. Because in a lot of countries, last name is more important. In Australia, first name is more important. But no, I have a friend that like is like, never call me that last name again. And I'm like, whoa. Because I'm like, it just sounds weird. I don't like how formal it is. And I'm like, God. It's also, we have this thing called tall poppy syndrome. And it's basically, it's in Australia, I believe it happens in New Zealand a lot too, because we are basically the same country. Fight me. We're sister countries, we're not the same country, but we're very similar, right? And yeah, we have this thing called, what's it called? Tall poppy syndrome. And it's based off like a metaphor where to keep your like garden nice and beautiful or whatnot, if a poppy grows too tall, you cut it by its stem, right? You just cut the whole poppy out. Poppy, by the way, if you don't know, flower, red flower, used in our remembrance of like world wars, right? It's how Australians and New Zealanders like remember their soldiers, right? But yeah, and essentially the idea is, right, how it like actually translates into, no, poppy, P-O-P-P-Y. Not pee-pee, poppy. How it essentially translates into like how we interact with each other is basically Australians hate people who are, one, successful, and two, try too hard. If you're successful or you try too hard, Aussies will hate you. They will hate your guts. And I'm not like talking casually like, oh, they'll just think you're like a bit annoying and pedantic. Some people genuinely hate you. And that's why there's so many people here who like have that root for the underdog mentality. And I also have it a bit like, I'm like, I'm way more likely if there's a small streamer and a big streamer that are streaming at the same time. And I'm like, I'm not sure which one I want to watch today. I'll watch the small streamer because I'm like, I want to support the underdog. And then if they became a big streamer, I would stop watching them for the next underdog. That's not obviously like how it works. You know, I do watch some big streamers. I've said this before. I don't always just root for the underdog. And you know, we've got like, I feel like in a lot of when it comes to sports, we root for the bigger team, right? So we always root for like our Matildas, which are our best female soccer team, and you know whatnot, our cricket team and all of that. But no, I've had some, like, I had a friend once, right? And I hope this friend isn't watching. No, this friend doesn't watch my streams. I told them, like, I mean, we've gone a lot more casual, right? I told like 2 friends that I exist. That I am Kaho and Yannick. None of them cared enough to actually watch my debut stream or any other stream. But I had a friend once, right? And they actually ended up like hating me, basically, because they said I was too focused on my future. They were like, I don't like how you like put in too much effort into your future. It makes me feel like I'm not putting in enough effort into my future. And I'm like, that's funny. That's such an Australian thing to hate someone because they're trying to. Because at the time I was drawing a lot, right? And I was also, you know, I was working on things, right? And so I was like trying to improve my skills, and I was like, yeah, I'm faxing every day. And it wasn't even a thing of like, I would decline hanging out with them and like whatnot. Because I understand if I was like, no, I'm too busy working on myself or something to hang out with you today and just being a bad friend. I understand that. But I was like, I accept almost every invite that's handed out. Well, sorry, I accept every invite that's handed out to me by good friends. And at the time we were good friends. If it's a lot of strangers hand me out invites, because in real life, I don't know, I'm pretty extrovert. A lot of people like my personality. A lot of people idolize me even. Like I've had some people like, wow, I wish I lived your life. And I'm like, what do you mean? You don't want to live my life. Well, I don't know. I don't hate my life. I like my life. But I'm like, live your own life. Live my life. My life isn't all you're making it out to be. But yeah, no, I have some people that idolize me, right? And it's like, I don't know. It's like when they send me an invite, I'm like, they are going to be boring. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do. Sometimes someone like, you know, thinks I'm really cool or whatnot. And I'm like, you are too boring to hang out with me. So this is gonna get me cancelled. I'm sorry. This is my apology video. But no, sometimes I'm not like, you're too uncool to hang out with me, because even like people who are uncool are fun to hang out with, and I'm not trying to keep up reputation. Right? I've never been someone in life that's like, I'm trying to keep up my reputation. I'm trying to keep a good, positive, A+ reputation. No, people just like me without that. People just think I've got a good reputation without having to keep up a good reputation. But no, I'm like, sometimes people are like, you're not my kind of person, you know. Yeah. Oftentimes it is like a case of like, I hang out with them once and then I'm leaving early because I'm just bored, and then they invite me again. I'm like, no. I'm like, no. I try my best, by the way. It is like a thing. If you resonate with like someone who feels like you don't have many friends and nobody really likes talking to you, and I've even had some people come up to me, right? Because once again, there are some people who are my friends and yet they also like idolize me a bit. Which is a bit awkward because they're like, wow, you're just too amazing for me to be friends with you. And I'm like, I'm not. You don't need to worry about that. I've had people genuinely say that. But yeah, I've had someone genuinely say to me before, I don't have a personality. And like, I mean, I think we brought up the topic of romance, and like, I don't think I could date someone right now because I don't think anyone could like me because I don't have a personality. And maybe, you know, I've explained this before. I've explained this before to like, you know, in private to people. And I've talked about this before. A lot of people like tell me, oh, you should see if you get diagnosed for like autism. Like you should get that done. Like everyone I meet thinks, you know, I'm on the spectrum. And once again, I don't deny it. I've never been diagnosed. I'm not sure. But for me, I never really like consider it as an impact on my life because it doesn't affect how I live my day-to-day life. I've learned how to live my day-to-day life. But just know if you're thinking that, you're not the first one. Isn't everyone someone on the spectrum? I don't know. I think I've heard that before, but then I've also heard people be like, no, this person's too neurotypical. I don't know. I don't actually know much about it. Despite everyone being like, oh, you should get a diagnosis. I haven't done much research on like different, like, you know, different, what are they called? Different like things, right? Like ADHD and autism and like schizophrenia and all of that. I haven't done much personal research on that actually. I know like the basics, right? I know how to be a good person when someone is like, oh hey, by the way, I've like got X and X, and I'm like, I know how to not be a disrespectful person, okay? And then beyond that, I'm like, yeah, I don't need to like understand someone fully in and out. It's just I need to know how to not be disrespectful, and that's about it. And it's the same thing I hold to like other people towards me. You don't need to understand me, like, you know, in and out and whatnot. You don't understand what it's like to be me. Just don't be disrespectful, I guess. Which I don't really know what that is to be disrespectful about. I feel like, I don't know. Like the only thing is like some people, but like misogyny isn't like, at least the people who I hang out with, I've never like really heard like a misogynist comment like once a month occurrence. You get me? Once a month occurrence. We'll wake up. I'm in the Matrix. Ah. You're not real. But yeah, if you, once again, this might just be something that applies only to me, because when I was young, I felt quite, not invisible. I didn't really talk to anyone. I would just observe. I had many friends, but I will tell you right now, they were my friend because, once again, I was kind of just convenient to be friends with, right? I had a good reputation, I was popular, but I didn't really talk. Like, I wasn't their friend. Unlike nowadays, a lot of people are friends with me for my personality. I don't think we were friends for my personality, because I was very silent. It's like I didn't want to talk. It was just, I didn't know what to say, and so I was like, if I don't have anything to say, I'm just not gonna say. You get me? And I would just observe. And so I learned, like, once again, this is gonna totally be like, oh, this is something that sounds like someone who doesn't understand social situations would say and had to learn it because, but, I was like, oh, so this is how social situations work. This is like what you're supposed to do in X times. And this is like, you know, like I learned it. I've always been quite a very analytical person. And so I learned it in a very like, if X then Y, you know? Maybe that's why I'm good at programming, because I'm always like very, not logical. I'm also very emotional, right? I feel like logical has a connotation of like not emotional. But whenever I think about things, I like to think of it in a very, you know, the very like logic sense, as in talking about computer logic, not like, not logic as in reasonable. I'm talking about logic as in computer logic, if X and Y. I like you because of your tummy. God, this is the only people I can keep people. This is the only way I can keep people watching my streams. Because I've got a stomach, huh? You didn't even like me for the rest of my outfit. I spent hours and hours on this. But yeah, I observed, right? And I found you can break social situations. Maybe this is why I love linguistics so much as well. You can break social situations a bit into rules. Rules, if X, then Y. You get me? And so nowadays it's like, that's how I sort of work. I'm like very, you know, I understand and I feel like I'm a very, there's a difference between empathy and sympathy, right? When someone is crying and like feeling really down, I don't really, like, I mean, I'm not bad at it, but I'm not good at it. I'm pretty average when it comes to like helping them feel better. But when someone is feeling any emotion at all, or like when someone says something, right? I feel like I'm pretty good at being like, I can understand why they feel this way. I can understand why they would say that thing in that situation. Yeah. I feel like I'm a very empathetic, yet sympathy is still something, you know, I'm working on. As I said, I'm not bad, so I don't really consider myself under average. It's just, I can always improve. Everyone can always improve in anything. But yeah, if you feel like, oh, maybe you're unpopular, you always say the wrong things at the wrong times, you have no friends, and like, you know, like no one really comes up to you to talk to you and you're uninterested. If you feel all that, sorry, I feel like I'm just, someone right now has been like, wow, I can't believe Kaho and Yannick was just like berating me. All of these insults. It's not targeted towards anyone. They're just general like negative feelings. I would say it's not just genetics. Like, it's not just something you're born with, social skills. Social skills are something you can, like, manually learn. It's a skill, right? And it's like any other skill. Skills are something where there are people who are more, you know, prodigy, more, like, naturally inclined towards a skill. But I don't know, maybe there's, like, the odd case, but I would say with, like, 99% of people, right? If they were like, I want to get good at drawing, but I'm just naturally not good at drawing, I'm like, no, you can learn. You might have to put in a little bit more time and effort than a prodigy, but I don't think it's impossible for anyone. And same with like social skills. I don't think it's impossible for anyone. And I would say the hardest thing is not actually the idea that you can, you know, learn it as a skill. It's more the idea of like, most skills, the hardest part is just getting the motivation. Just being like, oh, I'm gonna get off my chair and do this, as opposed to just being like, oh, but I suck too much to try. And there's not much advice I have towards that. But no, definitely, I think it is something you can learn. I don't think it's something you're just stuck with, like bad social skills. And it will take a while, but I think it is. And also, another piece of advice I would give to someone, which once again, someone is totally going to be like, wow, this is a definition of masking. It's fine, guys, I swear. But another piece of advice I would give is you can, like, you don't have to, what am I trying to say? Being your true, general, like, genuine self, 100% honest, 24/7 is a lie, right? If there's something you want to say and you know people aren't going to like what you're going to say, you're allowed to not say it, even if, like, that's a part of who you are, even if that opinion is, like, part of who you are, or, like, I know, whatever you're about to say, that's clearly a part of you as an individual. That's not the part of you have to show other people, right? There's obviously gonna be, like, parts of all of us, it's like, we think of something stupid, or, like, we all have things that we're bad at in life. We all have negative thoughts and whatnot, but it's like, you can just not tell other people those things. Obviously, if it's like a big intrinsic part of your personality, you can't tell them. Like, I'm not saying like you have to keep it a secret. I'm just saying you don't have to keep everything. You don't have to be an open book, right? A fully open book. Everyone knows everything good and bad about you. And also, you can like exaggerate things. Like, you can work on things. If you don't like the way your voice sounds, you can probably work on that. I mean, voice actors can do it. Why can't you? If you don't like the way you laugh, if you like snort while you laugh at something, you can fix that. Not fix it, but like, you know, you can change it to something that you feel more comfortable with. If you don't like, I don't know. And that's the thing, if you feel like you don't have personality, you can emphasize the parts of you that other people like, you know? You can emphasize, like, what's an example? What's something, maybe you're energetic, right? But on that day you're feeling quite tired. You can just act energetic. You don't have to act the way you're feeling. You can just act energetic that day. No one's gonna care. No one's gonna be like, wow, you actually felt tired, but you're acting energetic. Wow, you're such a fake person. No one's gonna do that, right? And yeah, it's like, yeah, that's the advice I would give for anyone that feels like, oh, how does Kaho Nyanako do it? I hope you guys think I'm good entertainment. I hope you guys are like, well, I don't want to be like Kaho Nyanako. All that advice, I'm gonna not follow because I'm trying to avoid being like Kaho Nyanako right now. I hope you guys enjoy listening to my voice. But yeah, no. I think it's a lot of things in life. I think a lot of things in life, if you're like, I'm naturally bad at it, you can always improve. Yeah. That's what I'd say. How is Miss Nyanako so amazing? Thank you. But also, you don't need to Miss Nyanako. Anyone else watching right now, you can just call me Kaho. Jonada has, what's the word? Jonada's special. Yeah, no, sure, why not? Sorry, Miss Nyanako. Better than ma'am. Oh. Sorry, I still have the image of like the ScoMo shitting in a McDonald's, and there's a map and it's like Prime Ministers that have pooped themselves at a McDonald's, and the whole world is red except for Australia. Can't believe one of our Prime Ministers would poop in a McDonald's. Yeah. Man, I can't even remember how we got here. What was I talking about before? Personalities and whatnot. Yeah, personalities. No, it's always something you can do. And also, I would argue, find your niche. You don't have to appeal to everyone. You figure out, I wouldn't say figure out what people, like, find you attracting, and by attracting I mean like not attractive in like a physical sense, attractive in like find your personality attractive, right? What kind of people, don't think about what kind of people want to hang around you, think about what kind of people you want to be hanging around, right? Don't think what kind of people will like me, think about what kind of people do I want to like me, and then cater yourselves around them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And once again, like, talking about my channel, maybe this can be a segue into that thing I've been stalling this whole time. With my channel, right? It's like, before starting my channel, I had a long, hard think about what do I want my channel to be, right? You're gonna think, who is your audience? And I was like, I did bring up the question because I don't swear that much personally. And I'm like, I could just say no swearing in total and then be like, oh, now it's like catering more to like kids. But I'm like, no, I don't really think, like, especially with like the other conversation topics I have, it's either not appropriate for like young people or, you know, it's a bit like, whatchamacallit, it's a bit like confusing. Yeah. Because when I was like kids, like, I'm talking about kids who like think swearing is bad. And there's like people who are like under the age of 14, right? I'm not technically just talking about minors. I'm talking about like anyone who thinks swearing is like bad. And because I remember at one point, right? I used to think swearing was bad as well. Yeah, I was a kid at one point. I was born at a very young age. And this is gonna maybe reveal. It's fine. I can't keep it a secret forever. So I just know every time I say something, I'm like, you could totally just connect the dots and be like, oh, okay, so this is like, this is what age this person was at this time. But once again, I don't really care if people know what age I am. I don't want them, I'm still a bit like iffy about the specific age, but I don't care if people are like, oh, she's a Gen Z or whatnot. But I remember growing up and I used to watch Sunday, right? Double S, Sunday, right? Pretty sure he had 2 S's, right? Yeah, he did. And he would always say the word crap. And I felt like, oh, this is so like rebellious, and like I have to hide the fact that I'm watching this YouTube of my parents. And now I'm like, wow, crap is such a modest word, like it's not that bad at all. But you know, I'm like, yeah, swearing is fine. And that's like one thing, man. And also like, I don't want to be a gaming YouTuber, right? I've also got to think about like, yeah, why do people want to watch me? And for me, I was like, I want people to watch me, 1, because of my personality, and 2, because like they're here for community, right? I want to focus on community, and I want to focus on like, yeah, like myself almost, because there's people who people watch not because of them, people watch mostly because they play games, right? And they like watching them play games. And it's like, yeah, they pick them because I guess they have a slightly better personality than the rest of the people. But they watch them because they play games, right? I was thinking the other day, after like playing so many games myself, I was like, I should maybe talk a bit less about the game and a bit more about like, just general things, as if I'm like chatting and the game is just like Subway Surfers in the background. Because like, with some of my favorite, like, VTubers, when they play a game, sometimes I don't care about the game they're playing. Sometimes I'm like, I kind of wish you weren't playing the game, but I still find it enjoyable, because I'm not watching them for the game, I'm watching them for them. And that's sort of like what I think about myself in like games. I can play a game, but still, I want someone who hates a game, has never played before, doesn't understand, has come in halfway through a stream, and is like, I'm still here because I find you enjoyable. And that's just why I like chatting with you guys so much. And 3, because of the tummy. Well, I suppose that's a factor. I suppose it's a factor that some people here might find entertaining about my streams, I suppose. Alright, let's just do the thing I've been wanting to do this whole time. So, by the way, Jonathan, you're great. So, I just want to say this again. You're great. Thank you for always being here. I felt like last stream, right? And it could have definitely been just my interpretation, right? I'm very bad at telling when something's a joke and telling when something is like real. It's the same with like innuendo. Sometimes someone will make like an innuendo and I'm like, I'll take it legitimately because I'm just too stupid to realize. But then I felt like it got a little bit feisty at times. Like people were like, you know, people were just like arguing. Yep. Yeah. And I was like, if I can't tell whether it's a joke or not, I feel like there's definitely some other people who can't tell whether it's a joke or not. Even if it was a joke, like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, I want people to feel, yeah, like, happy when they watch me. Yeah. And I thought, this all happened because I was too scared to, like, moderate my chat. And there was no rules. I feel like it's unfair. Not unfair, but it feels unfair to the person when you try to tell them off and they don't even, like, know why they did the thing wrong, or they didn't even know it was wrong, right? Like, imagine a streamer, right? And they don't have anything in, like, their rules section that says no swearing, and so you say a swear word, and then you get banned because you said a swear word, and it's like... like, whatchamacallit? Like, that would kind of feel bad to the person, right? And so I've decided, like, just for, like, your guys' sake, so you guys know sort of, like, what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. And so, and also I can give you warnings and sort of point to the thing. And if I ever have a moderation team, they also know what's allowed and what's not allowed. Because yeah, I want to focus on community, right? And I want a community where everyone feels super happy. Yeah, maybe it's a bit selfish of me, but I want everyone to feel super happy when they watch me. And so I'll go through my rules, but it was a bit tough creating these rules and deciding to add rules. Because, do you all remember being back in school? Do you remember school and work and... I'm saying remember, I'm sure like 90% of the viewers right now probably work or go to school or whatnot. I'm super everyone. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like you're eating lots of snacks when you watch me and making sure to stay hydrated, and so your body weight is just technically heavier, you know? You know the whole debate, if I eat a 1 pound burger, I'm technically 1 pound heavier. Yeah, that, right? Right? Because you're eating snacks and staying hydrated. Yeah. Your happy sounds like heavy? What? What kind of, like heavy metal? Am I a heavy metal singer? But no, I think, like, a lot of the time, at least I personally, right? I've got a sort of bad feeling about, like, rules. I feel like in my life, a lot of the time rules have been used to, like, give people power. To, like, just show power, show off power. And there's, like, rules that are stupid. And it's like, they don't actually do anything but just give people who want to feel like they've got power. And some people, like, tell you off for the stupidest things. Like, especially, you know, back in school, I remember people would be told off for, like, wearing the wrong socks. Like, what? Like, I think, if I remember correctly, it's like, you're not allowed a logo on your socks. And it's like, that's so stupid. And people would, like, get detention because of their sock color. And I'm like, there's no point for that. Like, you would ask, and a lot of teachers would just be like, because them's the rules. And it's like, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that some people just create rules to give themselves power, right? And so, I don't know. The first rule, I just wanted to, and I'll go through the rules right now. The first rule, I just wanted to sort of say, hey, these rules aren't here for, like, any power. These rules are just here as, like, a last precaution. But I don't know. This is just, it's pretty lax, you know? It's not like I'm a big VTuber with an agency and I've got an NDA and, like, you guys aren't allowed to say specific stuff and I'm not allowed to say specific. It's like, it's pretty chill. It's just the rules, like, when things get out of hand, I can always point back to the rules. That's why I wanted to add them, right? I just wanted to get that out of the way in case people, you know, if it ever does get to a point where I have to, you know, I have to use my power, my authority. I have to ban someone or I have to silence someone because I've already given them a warning. I want people to know I'm not trying to be like an authoritarian, like, you know, just using my power because I've got power and all of that. I will always, if I can, try to point towards the rules. And there are going to be loopholes people try to use. And sometimes I will have to be like, hey, this is a warning. Don't try to use that loophole again. And then they'll be like, oh, but it's not in the rules. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't have to be in the rules for me to be able to. But for the most part, the rules are pretty much sound, you know? And so the first rule, if I can put them up somewhere, where's my rules? I actually don't have them in front of me. I remember them off by heart. The first rule is that all of you have to laugh at all of my jokes. Obviously, that's not actually a rule. I don't know when you're laughing at my jokes. But it's like, this is my way of saying it's okay. I'm not here to be, you know, power hungry. I'm just here to be, you know, to have fun. That's the thing. I want everyone to have fun. And I want to explain the reason why these rules are here because some of them feel a little bit weird. But yeah. So the second rule is English only in chat, please. Unless we're already talking about other languages. So, like, if I'm speaking German because someone manages to convince me to speak my really shitty German again. Whatchamacallit. You can obviously, like, correct me in chat or, like, maybe ask me a question in German in chat. Wait 1 second. It's a daily morning family hello. My family hasn't said hello to me during streams lately. They used to do it like every day when I started. But yeah, all for like talking like very like linguistically, very scientifically about language, you can obviously be like, yeah, it's interesting that this word means that in that language, you know, or anything like that. But the reason why I do have this rule, I've noticed, is because I only know English, right? And I know a little bit of German and an even small amount of Japanese. And if someone starts insulting someone else in another language or starts like saying something really disrespectful or mean or anything, there's no way for me to moderate it, right? And so if I ever do get like moderators or get better at like other languages myself, then I will add them to the list because I want you guys to be able to speak in whatever languages you think are like best and whatnot. Obviously my streams will always be in English from my end. But yeah, it's just a moderation thing. It's like if someone is saying something really like hurtful or something to someone else and both of them know the language that they're speaking in but I don't, then there's nothing I can do about it. And so that's why I've just got to use this as a precaution, right? I don't imagine too many people watching my streams anyways if they don't know English. And if you are, just listen to my happy little voice, okay? Just listen to my enjoyable little voice. The next one is the backseating, unless I'm really stupid, which is basically unless I ask. Like in Scribble Notes, I always say you're allowed to backseat at any time, but in like when I played Silk Song that one time, I'm like, unless I ask, please don't like tell me what to do next, you know, because that kind of ruins the game for me and everyone else watching, you know, they don't get to see me be stupid. The next one is swearing is allowed in chat, but please use it lightly and never direct it towards anyone, okay? Never, even if it's like in a way that's not like actually insulting them, like actually mean. Swearing is one of those things where like you can use it and think it's like, you know, a joke yourself or like it's fine yourself, but someone else can totally take it in a way that's like very, like they think you're being super aggressive or something, right? And that's what also why I ask you to use it lightly. You're allowed to use it, but if you're using every other word, I'm not sure if you're like super angry or if that's just your general speaking style. So yeah, there's that. But obviously this channel, I've said it many times before, this channel is not made for kids, okay? This channel is not made for kids. So swearing is allowed. I also swear myself sometimes. Some of the games I played, I remember Papers, Please would swear a lot. Swearing is okay. Sometimes I will say the swear verbally as well, if that's a problem to you. Yeah, I will sometimes say, you cannot say that after like swearing in chat, okay? But no, you are allowed to leave if you don't want the swearing, even if you've said it yourself. The next was no fighting or insulting others. Once again, this is just another thing of like, I don't know whether you're like doing it as a joke. No one else can tell whether it's a joke or whether you're being serious. And it's just kind of hostile. No one, unless like you're watching, whatchamacallit? Oh no, because no kids allowed. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yep. Sorry, gotta get out. I mean, with the internet and all, there's no way to like really stop it. But I suppose if you're in my chat, don't tell me you're a kid. don't tell me. I've had that happen once before. It was super awkward. Don't tell me. But for the, as I said, like, I mean, it's up to you to manage what kind of content is appropriate for you, right? Because I think having an end all be all like, kids aren't allowed to watch this, aren't allowed to like, you know, I think it's pretty like rigid. I think it's mostly like whatever you think is like safe and whatnot for yourself. But yeah, definitely if you are someone who believes it's like fine for you to watch, you know, my content, I totally respect that. Just don't tell me. Don't be like, hey, by the way, I'm 12 years old. You don't need to tell me. And then the other one, quite obvious, no hate speech or slurs of any kind. This one, even if you're joking, I'm not gonna accept it, okay? People can be very hurt by it. And also, the final one, please don't bring up current sensitive topics. It's again, like, I like talking about things very, like, philosophically, very scientifically sometimes, without, like, much personal subjective opinion placed onto it. But people have emotions. And so it's like, yeah. We don't want to be, like, singling people out or anything by talking about, like, super controversial, like, sensitive topics and whatnot. And, like, I mean, I'm fine with, like, controversial things, right? But nothing sensitive. You get me? I'm fine talking, you know, and as I said, I always talk, like, quite, like, you know, scientifically or philosophically about it. But, yeah, I'm fine with controversial things, just no sensitive things, because I don't want people to feel left out. Thank you all. There we go. It's done. The hard part is done. The boring part's over. Now you can just all enjoy watching my chat again. Now you can all just enjoy watching my stream. Yeah. Also, what time? I feel like normally you're in bed by now, aren't you, Jonathan? What time is it for you? Sorry, I feel like I need water. I burped like 5 times in a row there. Please don't tell me you haven't got like work or anything tomorrow. At least stay up because you can stay up, right? I have tomorrow off? Okay, good. Wow, not working on a Thursday. That's kind of rare, right? Because normally it's like, okay, most people have the weekend off. Some people have Friday off, but wow. Having a Thursday off is funky. Wait, is it Thursday here? I feel like a lot of Europe, right? If I'm reading my time correctly, it should be Thursday for a lot of Europe now, and America's still stuck in Wednesday. The poor Americans are still stuck in Wednesday. Man, I love bullying you guys about your different time zones. It's okay. It's really the worst for me. I have to wake up having an exam on Monday. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. But I guess having a Thursday off lets you like study. Well, not that you're studying for it right now. Unless you're like listening to me and studying. Let's do some study together, yeah? Let's do some study together. What's the subject? Psychology? Let me tell you everything I know about psychology right now. There's been some pretty whack psychology experiments out there before. Something with IT. Oh, well, we've already talked about IT. That's kind of a bummer. As you know, I'm not like that technically, you know. As I said, I like know how to program, and I know because like I work with like game design and I've like done website design and whatnot. I also like I draw, right? Drawing also helps. I know like some of the basic things as well, such as what was I trying to say? Such as like the different kinds of UI. Like it always surprises me, right? When someone doesn't know how to open a link in new tab. or like this is simple, right? And it's like I'm very clear, like the little some people, oh my god. I remember one time someone didn't know how to start a stopwatch, like a digital stopwatch. And I was like, okay, so you gotta hit the little triangle, right? Hit the triangle. That's called a play button, yeah? But the biggest problem I find is people don't know the difference between the, like, 2 lines, the 2 vertical lines being a pause button, and the square being a reset button, right? Because they will hit the 2 lines and then be like, oh, why isn't it going back to the start of my recording? And I'm like, no, that's because you gotta hit the square. The square will set it back, and the 2 lines will just pause it where it is. But if you try to hit the triangle after that, it will continue where you paused it. Yeah, that's something that always gets me. But no, I know like a bit about like user interface and all of that. You know, when I'm also quite good, like sometimes when I play a game and I don't know what I should do first. Like, the game has given me like a few things to do. I'm like, I think about what were the game designers, like what were the game developers intending here, right? If they give you a main quest, they're probably intending you go do that main quest, right? And so it's like, yeah, or if there's like, I don't know, if there's rewards clearly going in a certain direction. I'm like, the game devs clearly want me to go in this direction, right? It's that thing in like Mario Bros. Design where it's like, if there's coins, you can like lead players to do whatever you want, or like you can show them that there's something they can do that they didn't know before because there's coins in the air, they can't reach it. Oh, I need like the Tabuki suit. Yeah. But as I said, I don't actually know much about virtual machines and whatnot. Because yeah, I've heard like people be like, oh, if a link looks suspicious, open it up in a virtual machine. And I'm like, I don't know how to make a virtual machine. I don't know like how to work with them safely. I feel like there would still be something, right? Like with virtual machines, that's still kind of like, you can still, am I wrong when I say you can still get hacked on a virtual machine if you're really not careful enough? Or is it something that is entirely separate from your computer? Because I feel like it's using your computer's processing like stuff as well. So I'm not sure about that one. And that's exactly the reason. I'm not sure. I don't know much things about like, whatchamacallit. I don't know because most of my programming, as I said, is in like just graphics. Like as the websites aren't like public websites. All the websites I've created just for myself are like games. Anything where you have to download. And so I don't know much about whatchamacallit. I don't know much about like passwords, how to do passwords, how to link up servers. I also don't know much about the inner workings of a computer. Like I don't know much about like all the storage and RAM and all of that and like CPU, GPU, and yeah, I don't know too much about the internal workings. All I know is how to be safe on my computer and how to program a couple of things. And also how to inspect. Oh my god, that's such an important thing. How to inspect, like how to analyze like websites, how to inspect whether they're true, like factual, or at least likely to be factual or not. How to inspect coding of a website. How to like look at someone else's code and see whether it's good or bad or not. And all of that. But the story just separated, there's always a risk. Yeah, okay. But I'm assuming if you're smart enough to use a virtual machine, you're probably smart enough to know how to avoid the risk. Because there aren't going to be many viruses out there that are designed specifically for virtual machines, right? Because, yeah, why would you? What are the odds that someone is going to own a virtual machine and then accidentally download this virus onto their virtual machine? Or like purposefully, of course. They're probably doing it purposefully just to see what happens. And then, boom, you've just like programmed it in a way that's a Trojan horse to their actual PC. That's why I always believe one of the safest things is like wiping an old device. But then it's like, even then it's like kind of, it's still risky. If you do wipe it, you know, there could be a way, not always, there could be a way to get that old data, right? You might still have some private information that wasn't wiped because the thing you're wiping it doesn't wipe certain programs. Like, for example, it didn't wipe your Windows running system, right? Your Windows operating system, and you still have your Windows username in there. Uh-oh. You still have your IP in there. Uh-oh. Or you're on internet, right? Because you had to download the virus. And I don't know if this can happen, but I would be a little bit scared that the virus would be able to get away into your internet. And then if you have trusted devices, maybe sneak their way onto those devices, or at least they can get your IP, which is risky. That's always risky. Even if you've got a VPN, maybe the virus, once downloaded, can bypass the VPN. I don't know. It's risky. I don't want to dip my toes in acid just to see if the acid will kill me. You get me? If I see acid, I'm just not gonna go in it. If you zero the disk, then it should be okay. Okay, that makes sense. But then it's like, yeah, I've also got to like, I don't know. I also feel like trust is a risky thing, especially on the internet. What if you just download a website that promises to zero your disk and it doesn't actually? And then like maybe it like is supposed to, but it doesn't work with your current operating systems and like the new update or whatnot. And then it's like, you know, you have to, if you want to be double safe, you have to download something else to check if the disk is zeroed. And then you have to trust that that thing is accurate. And I don't know. Once again, I'm sure smart people probably safe, but I'm not smart. So I just, yeah, I avoid anything that could look dangerous. You get me? Yeah. Oh man. What should I eat today? What should I eat? I bought like vegetarian pasties the other day that you can air fry, sort of. And so it's like, maybe have that, maybe a couple of chips. Maybe. Also, that's what we call them. I don't know. I feel like maybe, I've said this before, but we call them pasties here. Some people might call them pasties across the world. Pasties. Oh, wait, no, that's what I said. Pasties. There's another A sound I'm trying to think of. Anyways, we don't need to think it. Pasties. There we go. Pasties. Pasties. Not me. Are you not hungry is what you're saying? Really? Were you eating during the stream or like... So I never have a big breakfast. Breakfast is hard to, like, I never really feel that hungry in the morning. But I know if I don't eat breakfast, then I will feel hungry. So I just have a small breakfast before streams. And that's why, I don't know, I feel like 4 hours is a pretty pathetic time to be like, oh, I'm hungry again. But it's because, you know, I didn't eat overnight. Obviously. I don't eat too close to bed because, you know, it's also bad for you, I've been told. And then I don't eat that big of breakfast. Yeah, I have an excuse, right? You guys believe me. No, don't eat me. I'm not feeling shrimp right now, honestly. You're safe for now. You're safe for now. You know, one thing I keep forgetting to do is... I keep having this fear that someone has just posted the most amazing fan art of me. Like what Nietzsche did that one time. And I just never check my tags, my Twitter tags, because I don't know. I just never think to check them. I think, oh, no one would have posted anything on them anyways. And then the person gets sad because I never checked their tag. I'll do it after stream today. Yeah. Yeah. After stream today. But what should I eat? I think I might have that. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else that is an option? I suppose there's like pasta. I suppose there's like... I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I will think about it later. It's not like I gotta eat right now. Do you plan to post your character sheet for no reason at all? I can't believe you call yourself a fan of Kaho and you can't even find my character sheet. I swear, wait, hold on, let me see a chart. Kaho character sheet. You can Google it. You can Google it. And it's literally the first thing that comes up. First up is Pixiv. And then Instagram, which I don't really use anymore. Instagram kind of sucks. Unless you're using it like with friends, it kind of sucks. It's kind of... I don't know. I hate the square format, first of all. I don't like using square canvases. I'm saying it right now. I don't like using square canvases. But no, it's literally... It's also on my... Twitter as well. It's on my Twitter. Beyond all of my like spam postings. I don't know. I don't try to post on Twitter too much just in case like I want people who follow me to like be spammed. There's an artist I follow on Twitter, Gullico. And God, the amount of... Literally, whenever I check my following tab, it's like, go someone else. Go, someone else. Don't even follow that many people as well. But... Wait, didn't I also... Hold on. I showed you my character sheet one time on stream, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah. Although, I want to get better at, like, making character sheets aesthetic. I've said... Like, I say this to everyone, right? I'm an artist, right? And there's a big difference between an artist and a graphic designer. And even if you can draw like a nicely composed artwork, you could still be like a horrible graphic designer. And it's the same with character sheets. It's like, I don't know like how to make it look all pretty and whatnot, because that's no longer, in my opinion, it's no longer an artwork. That's graphic design, because you're also thinking about like, oh, you're going to make it look pretty, but you've also got to draw attention to the things that need attention drawn to them. And it's got to be minimalistic. And it's got to be... That's why the Kaho and Yanako logo is just handwritten and it's kind of bad. Because yeah. I'm bad at graphic design. I should be drinking water. I haven't needed to leave for 4 hours. I've been sitting down at my desk for 4 hours straight now. Whoops. Maybe I should... I've been quite addicted to hot chocolates recently. Maybe I should make myself a hot chocolate with lunch. Lunch, that's why it's lunchtime. It may be breakfast time, but it's lunchtime for me. Yep, basically. Well, sorry, now I'm just scrolling pics if I should stop. God, dinner. It's not dinner time. It's still in the AMs. Don't you worry. Maybe dinner time in Europe, but it's not dinner time in Australia. No, I've got a kind of I've got a kind of schedule, right? Like I normally try to eat. I normally end up eating lunch about 4 hours after, 3 to 5 hours. If being rough, about 3 to 5 hours after breakfast, and then dinner is another math. I don't know, maybe 6-7 hours or something. Don't you know the meme? No? Oh, girl dinner. No, I do know. Okay, sorry, you see, I've read that with the comma in between the girl and the dinner, so I thought it was like, you know people like, girl, you were on flight today. Yeah, I thought it was that kind of girl. And you're like, girl, comma, dinner, full stop. No, I know what girl dinner is. I feel like it's still better than depression food. Depression food, freaking ice cream with ketchup on it, tomato. We call it tomato sauce here. Anyways, wait, let me make sure. Yeah. Why is someone... What? Okay, so I did Google it just to see what other people think it is. I'm talking about like girl dinner isn't like a horrible dinner. Not girl dinner isn't like the degenerated girl dinner. You get me? But ketchup is actually juice. No, I can see it. I think I agree. I think I agree. Ketchup is water and whatever else is in it. I agree that ketchup is juice, but I don't know, once again, bring linguistics into it, I think you could descriptively be like, oh no, sorry, prescriptively be like, yeah, it's technically juice, but I think most people, when they say juice, they mean something you drink. Something you drink that came out of a fruit, or a vegetable, which, you know, once again, oh, tomato sauce came out of tomatoes. It's in the name for Australians and New Zealanders. Right? Tomato sauce came out of tomatoes. But I don't know. It's like, you wouldn't drink it. Maybe some people would. I take it back. I'm not gonna say that for realsies. There are people who drink it. I know what I want for lunch. I think I might head out and get some fish and chips. But just the chips. I'm kind of feeling it. Plus, it's not that expensive. It's a cheap dinner. I checked my Steam wishlist this morning to see if any new games were on sale that I could play on stream. And there was one I've been wanting to play for a while, so I'm gonna get it. Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop. I want to play it so badly. On stream. I found out about the game like a few months before the stream, like before I started streaming, and I was like, I really want to play this, but I think I have to play it on stream. I think I have to wait. And there's finally get a good excuse as well. What's Steel Rising? I have wishlisted the game before. The real question is a hot dog a sandwich? Yep, it is. It is a sandwich. I mean, it's literally like, and we're talking like hot dog, right? We're not talking about like a sausage. We're talking a hot dog. I think a sandwich is, well, no, okay, here's the thing, right? Someone might say, oh no, it's a roll, not a sandwich. Rolls are sandwiches. Anything you put in bread, like anything that's mostly surrounded by bread, is, even like fairy bread. Do you know what fairy bread is? It's a very Australian thing, right? Fairy bread, you grab a piece of white bread, add butter to it, add hundreds and thousands sprinkles. Hundreds and thousands is also an Aussie term for like sprinkles, right? But, like, I mean, I know, regular, like, obviously ham and cheese sandwich, yeah, that's a sandwich. I believe a roll, like a, Vietnamese roll, whatnot, that you get at the restaurants. I believe that's a sandwich. I believe a hot dog sandwich. I believe a burger is a sandwich. Yeah. But a pizza, however, right? Here's my argument. Pizza, not surrounded by bread, not a sandwich. You get me? Pizza, but the minute you fold your pizza slice in half to eat it, like, fold it in half, now it's a sandwich. That's my argument. The moment you fold your pizza slice in half, that's a sandwich now. With the bun and everything. Isn't that also girl dinner? Which one is girl dinner? I feel like a hot dog is definitely girl dinner. Especially, no, it has to be, the hot dog skin has to be burst because you overcooked it. No, hot dogs aren't that popular in Australia. Because we, oh, fairy bread? I don't know, I feel like fairy bread requires a bit too much effort for, like, anyone to ever want it to be a girl dinner. I guess it is, like, if someone actually ends up making it for dinner, yeah, that is a girl dinner. At that point, it's almost a depression food. But I don't know, it's like, when I think about fairy bread, I think of, like, parties. You get me? Like, parties back when you were a kid and whatnot. Yeah. That's what I think about. But, what was I talking about before? I had something in my brain. In that big brain of mine. The big, massive brain of mine. I know, we're just arguing about pizzas. Is pizza a sandwich only when you fold it in half? And is tomato sauce a juice? Maybe. I was watching a video the other day actually about like the different ways that Australians pronounce things that are weird to the rest of the world. I think we pronounce a lot of things, like, because there was a British person, right, that was doing that video, and I was like, I think you're weird to the rest of the world, not us weird. Because every time he said something, he was like, yeah, and Americans and Australians both agree on how to pronounce this, and I'm like, that's not, you're just weird, not us. You're weird, not us. Anyways, we do name our cities quite weird. Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, all of that. Ew, British. That's another thing. The British person's complaining about how we pronounce our T's like a D, right? And it was like, especially with the numbers 30 and was it 30 and 13? Yeah, we pronounce like a D. It's like, oh, it's so hard to like tell the difference. And I'm like, you guys don't even pronounce a T half the time. When you do, you just sound like a posh British kid. You're like, 30, 13. And I'm like, God. I know it's 30, 13. I'm like, we are better. I will not be having any complaints. We are better. Man, I'm poofed. I'm poofed out. I put too much energy into these streams for you guys. You guys better be paying me. Yeah, you guys should be paying me at this point, right? $100 an hour? No. Be gone. Man, but I am poofed. I gotta say. Maybe, I don't know, are there any like games I want to play? You know, I accidentally bought a game the other day. You don't even have your Streamlabs on Twitch? I've got Stream Elements! What do you mean? It's literally, no, you are not gonna lie to me like that. I have Stream Elements connected. Wait, hold on. I'm not stupid, right? Donations, click the image above. There we go! It's in there! You have to click the image. Fine, I'll add the link directly. Man, I can't believe someone so so experienced in IT can't even deal with a hyperlink. Man. No, that's fine. I've done stupider things. Don't worry. I've done much worse than like Mr. Hyperlink. Wait, why isn't this one a hyperlink? Oh, can you not use hyperlinks? That's sad. Guess you're just gonna have to copy and paste. But no, it's fine. The way I sort of see it anyways is I'm like, it's the thing. You're saying like, oh, you can just purchase bots to get you like affiliate or get you like monetization on YouTube. And I'm like, yeah, but then I don't have anyone actually watching me to like do anything with it. If no one's watching me, no one's gonna like donate. Plus, donations don't even like, whatchamacallit. Look, and as I said, this is like just a hobby, right? I have thought about if it does like if I do ever like blow up or anything, I would consider turning it into a job. But I would say, yeah, as of right now, it's just a hobby, right? And most of the donations, like, if I'm gonna be honest right now, this channel is at a net negative. Every time I have to buy a game, it comes out of my own pocket. And that's why I say, like, I wait for games to go on sale. And also, I'll check if they're on itch.io as well to, like, see if I can get them for the same price or cheaper over there and whatnot. Because it's like, yeah, they do, it does come out of my own money. I've thought about, like, having a little infographic, just being like, oh, hey, this is what it goes towards. But then I was like, I don't know, what if there's a project I want to keep secret from everyone? What if I'm doing something really secret and I don't want to, like, just announce it through... Whoa! What? No! What? Janita! What? Janita, you did not have to do that. Janita! What? You were not forced to pay, by the way. I do not tax people who watch my streams, by the way. Nobody is forced to pay. It's okay. I'm sure PayPal stole like 30 cents. Thank you. Any whatchamacallit? What's the word? Any what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say something. What, there's a word, right? Any requests of where that money goes towards? Maybe it can go towards some fish and chips, yeah? Maybe some Uncle Chop's Rocket Chop. More tummy. You know what, just for that, for the rest of this stream and all of next stream, if I can. Wait, actually, if I ever have to share my screen, I feel like I go a little bit too tiny. But when I'm talking, I'll share my stomach. $5 for stomach for an entire stream. That's a deal. Maybe I need whatchamacallit? Maybe I need, what am I trying to say? My brain's going so still. I'm too like excited after that freaking donation. Thank you. I can't think properly. Damn it. Damn you, Jonathan. I forgot what I was gonna say. It's okay. It's alright. I don't, you know, it's not like I needed to remember anyways. Sorry, Miss Nyanako. We don't need to bring it back up, Miss Nyanako. You know what? That $5 donation was so it was a bribe. It was so you didn't get banned after calling me Miss Nyanako. Thank you. Hold on, I'm checking something. Maybe, is there anything that like you would want to see, like, any channel, like, what's it called, channel points whenever I get that, or any, like, you know, stream elements like sound cues or anything? Is there anything you would like to see, anything you think would be fun, or mostly just TTS? Is that the one that's like, sort of the most appealing about it? I mean, obviously, anyone who's, you know, no one has to use the TTS. I just want to say that if ever you want me to, like, if ever you want a message to reach me, I read chat. It's fine. You don't have to pay for it, right? The paying is just to make me happy. Yeah, you're actually bribing me to make me happy. Yeah. Yeah. A head pat animation would be... Actually, how do I do that? Oh wait, no, I think I know how to do that. Hold on. I'm gonna implement that right now. Head pat. Although, no, I've got an idea. Can I make it open up in, what should I call it? In VTube Studio. That's what I'm trying to find. How to activate image VTube Studio through. Sorry, you can just hear my typing for now. Alright, let's see if this is gonna work. First of all, where's it? My. Sorry, by the way, I'm using StreamerBot. Some people are gonna hate me for this. I'm using StreamerBot. So, yeah. I'm trying to connect VTube Studio to StreamerBot. So, I'll give you a free head pat when I figure out how this works. How about that, yeah? Donated by yours truly, Jonada28. I've got to ask, have you ever... Because, you know, I have the privilege as Kaho. I got to pick out my username and, like, got to create my whole thing so no one can ever see the history of my past usernames or past anything. Did you ever used to have a really embarrassing username, Jonathan? Okay, how do I disconnect it? How to connect? Connect, goddammit! Why wouldn't it? Technical difficulties. We'll be right back. How to connect VTube Studio with StreamerBot. No, this is my username since forever. Really? Really? Ah, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. I've had some pretty stupid usernames. No, not that I can say any of them right now. You know, I don't want anyone looking up my past usernames. I had someone that did that before. Oh my god. So someone was trying to bully me once, right? And they were essentially like, they were just so, I don't know, like, cold towards me. Like, not even cold, but like, just, they would keep giving me those death stares, right? Because what happened is, they joined our friend group because they had no friends, right? And so they came in and they're like, oh, I'm going to your friend. And they were super shy and going, we're in your friend group. And then, oh my god, I remember, like, she was always antagonistic to me. And, sorry, I didn't see when you posted that only once message. What was that for? Oh, I've been bullied once before. I don't know, I'm not counting. But, yeah, she was like super antagonistic against me, right? Always just being like, oh, why are you here? Oh, why are you here? What? But the one moment that made me be like, wow, I really like, oh, this is where the grudges start, right? Is she said something, like, we're hanging out as a group outside. Like, we were just, like, out, I think we went to a local playground at this point, just to, like, hang out, you know? It was pretty dark. And she said something really mean to me, right? In front of everybody. And I was like, what? And it was so out of left field. I'm a big crying person, right? I cry about a lot of things. I'm kind of like, but my crying is like, it's not like actually like sadness crying. It's like, wow, that movie was so beautiful crying. Titanic crying, yeah. But then I start tearing up and like I go silent and she was like, why do you always do this? Every time you get sad or like don't like something, you go silent and you tear up. And I was like, what the heck? You meant to be like acting as my, like we're in the same friend group, right? I get it. You might hate me and I don't really like you at this point. But we're meant to act as if we're like at least a little bit nice to each other. And then, oh my god, at one point to like really get at me, right? Because I've always been quite good with conflicts. So every time she would like do something bad, I would just push it off. But like this one time I cried, but most of the time she would like try to get under my skin and I would just push it off. And I'm glad I had good friends, right? She would try to like exclude me from things, like invite friends in like private group chats and whatnot. And my friends would always be just like, oh, we're gonna invite, you know, Kaho. We're not gonna let you, you know, do this. But, I remember one time to like really get at me. She searched up like my Discord username, like my personal Discord username, right? And then from there, she did some digging and then found like old accounts and like old posts. And I've never posted anything bad on the internet, right? But just like, some of them are a little bit embarrassing. And even then, I'm like, it's the kind of thing I've showed friends before just to like laugh at and be like, hey, look at this thing I've posted once on the internet like half a decade ago. But to have someone else do it, it's like, I don't care that other people are seeing. I just care that you're doing this, right? You're trying to dig into my history and anything you can use against me. And yeah, no, eventually I kind of messaged with my friends and I was like, hey, how do you feel about this person? And they're like, yeah, I kind of hate this person. And I'm like, cool. And then they ended up leaving the group because they were like, oh, you guys are just so antagonistic against me, especially you, Kaho. And I'm like, literally, why do you think that is? I've been friends with these people for so long. You come in, you're a newcomer, and then you start like trying to bully the hell out of me. What did you expect? Of course. Of course they're gonna be like, well, we're gonna stay friends with Kaho, right? Of course! Anyways, let me figure out how to connect VTube Studio. Enable the API in VTube Studio. Alright, guys, don't hack me. I'm enabling API right now. Stop hacking me. Stop hacking me, everybody. Don't. I'll figure out how to do it in a second. Yeah, that's right. You don't even know when I'm doing my API. I can't even find where it is. Too late, you've already hacked me. Don't even have my API open. And then I'm assuming after I've enabled API, just hit the connect button and it'll work, right? So I'm biting. I realize whenever I bite my lip, my model does this. Instead of like actually looking like I'm biting my lip. I was trying to like bite my lip in like suspense, like, oh, what's about to happen? Boo. Okay, what else do you want? Is it not? Oh. Oh! 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 I'm stupid. YouTube Studio wanted authentication. Here we go. There we go. I already have your coordinates. Where is that? Hold on. Let me Google Maps this. I'm so curious. Where is this? Chore. How do... No. You did not... This is not the White House, is it? Google Maps can't find that? Did you not type in a Ville? Ville... Huh? Wait. Coordinates! Wait, how do you spell coordinates? Coordinates. There we go. No, it can't find those coordinates. I suppose it was the White House. I don't know why it didn't work. Why it wasn't showing me what it was. Okay, Streamabot is now enabled. Now you can hack me, right? Alright, what should I... I'm gonna set it to... No, actually, it's all set to $1. That's okay. So I was gonna be like, cause you know how whatchamacallit, TTS is set to $3 just so people can't spam me. I was like, I don't care if people are spamming head pads. Also, did you like the auto message? The fact that it forces me to send your message. Okay, let's do this. Add new action. My integrations, my VTube Studio, and how do I do this? Trigger hotkey? I feel like that'd be a bad idea. Trigger hotkey. I've got some pretty bad hotkeys. I know I've talked about some of my hotkeys, but my hotkeys can remove way more than just my jacket. What? But it's just me. It's just because I had to draw the anatomy to like draw the character anyways. And so I was like, I may as well just include it anyways. I don't actually have the triggers set to anything, so I can't ever accidentally use it. But no, I thought it was funny. Just to like know, just for everyone to like know that I've got it, including myself. Plus, apparently, whatchamacallit, some streamers do like model swaps at points, and I'm like, if I ever were to do a model swap with someone, I'd have to beg them not to use the, you know, those triggers. Load model name, set current model. Can I really not do it? Oh, that's annoying. Trigger hotkey, I can't do it, so I'm gonna have to do it in... Oh, OBS! Oh my god, I'm so stupid. OBS can do it. I am so stupid. Alright, headpack GIF. Images. Streamer. What's the one that's not gonna get me banned for license use? Where is it? It's this one, right? I'm pretty sure it's this one. I'm like 90% sure it's this one. Wait, but is this one a PNG? Hold on, does this one have a transparent background? Let's see. No, it doesn't. Oh wait, hold on. Does this one work? I'm pretty sure this one is license free, right? I'm like pretty sure this one is license free. This one doesn't work either. I'm having a feeling I gotta put into VTube Studio, right? Do I not? Hold on. Let's add an item. Oh, it's in. Okay, it's in VTube Studio. Flip image sends item order 1. Yeah, I don't care. Here we go. Okay, wait. And is this locked to me? It is locked to me. Is this a good position? I think this is a good position. You can move. Yeah, okay, whatever. Now, is there a way to maybe turn that onto a toggle? Settings. Model settings. Add new toggle. Wait, no. Oh, that's a parameter. My bad. For anyone that doesn't know VTube Studio is so confused right now. This is what you get if you don't make your own model. You don't know what's up, you know? This is why I made my own model. You get me? Wait, what's this? Left control alt U? Oh, I know what this was for my, when I made the announcement video. Hold on. I don't need it anymore. It just turns my model black. Like into a silhouette, you know? Okay, let's do it. Hotkey name. Head pets. Easy. Now if you guys ever find a way, you know the name. You know the name of my... Now if you guys can hack me. You get me? Okay, gesture trigger. Oh no, wait, hold on. Hotkey action. Where is it? Where's it? Item action. Here we go. Item action. Where is it? What? Come on. What's this Twitch alert subscribe? I'm so curious. What? How do I... This isn't hooked up to Twitch. How do I fake do it? Oh, just record. Okay. I'm gonna set it to L for now. I'm gonna remove that later though. This isn't doing anything. Boo! What a horrible program! Head pats. Where is the head pats? I can't be this insane, right? Wait. Please. What's it? I'm so confused. If anyone knows how to do this, can you please tell me? Please. You know, item setting, select. Here we go. Please. Crazy. I was crazy once. I was trapped in a room with rats. Rubber rats. I don't actually know how it goes. Let's go back to configure loaded items. Item scenes for hotkeys. Oh! Wait, can I load a scene? Yes! Save. Scene name. We'll call head pats. Easy. Save it. Okay. You can now set up a hotkey. Guys, I'm learning. Wow. Well. Now I'm just gonna figure out how to set up the hotkey. Twitch feature on off. Michelle. Live 2D item action. Toggle item scene. Here we go. Toggle item scene. Head pats. Okay, no, I understand. I understand what's up. Are you ready for this? I'm sorry, but your head pats are about to get deleted. It's not working, it's not working, it's not working. Ah, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Toggle. Kaho, please. Come on, please. Please. They put me in a room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Rubber rats. Does it not say rubber rats at some point? I swear it does. They put me in a room with rats. I honestly feel that right now. This is like how when I'm programming and there's a bug, I just can't figure out. I don't know. Nowadays, right? You can just use GPT to tell you where the bug is. But when I first started programming, AI wasn't that big. You had to figure it out yourself by looking up forums and whatnot. AI has made programming so much easier, I gotta say. Though I've never really programmed with AI, because I'm at a point where I just do it myself anyways. But it would have been easier to learn, right? Okay, the head pat scene. Yeah. Let me just make sure the scene is working then. Oh. This one. Select. Yeah. Save. Oh, am I hold on, I think I'm stupid. Are you ready for this? I'm stupid. Are you ready for this amazing info? I'm stupid. Now I've got to put it on the right part of my head again. Is this good? I think that's working. I liked where it was before though. Felt too perfect. I think this is way better. Yeah, it's like really like you're really getting the full hand on my head action. What if I? Oh, okay, that's fine. Do I want to like maybe shrink it a little bit? Yeah, yeah. Let me move it down a little bit on my head. There we go. I think this is good. Okay. This one, head pats. Yes. Save. Item seed head pats was saved. I'm so angry right now. What is up? Yeah. Information. Just give me a second, guys. Back in my days when the rubber boots were made of wood. Exactly, back in my day. I'm going to explode. I'm gonna explode. Settings. Yeah. Don't even fade in. Stop after a certain amount of seconds. Don't fade in. No. Just 0, please. Stop after. How long should it last? 7 seconds? 7 seconds? Can you come in? Oh. Maybe it's because I'm stupid. Maybe have I ever thought, is it because I'm stupid? Ah! I'm so why won't it work? I wish I could stream V. I think it's bad. I think I've been told before not to stream VTube Studio. Just in case I open up my models or like file path or anything. Alright, yes, let's remove all the items from the machine and hope this works. Control L. And is it? Yeah. No, I understand. No. Let's talk about the rising cost of living again. Let's talk about the rising cost of living, huh? How's everybody dealing in this rising cost of living situation? My chocolate bars are $2.50 now, can you believe that? Man. Alright, now how do I hide? Please. Yes. Done. Okay. No, okay, you know what? Yeah, exactly, especially in Australia, like, it's so expensive now, and like, yeah. Select. You can open, yeah, okay, cool. Don't lock it. I am going to explode. Let me just Google it. How to make YouTube studio item scene. Item scenes and item hotkeys. Oh my god, how do you make it though? Ah! Yeah, my you know, chocolate's expensive these days, isn't it? You have to give your item scene a name. I've done that, haven't I? Please. I'm in tears. Can you not see my tears? I'm in tears. Please. Save. Yes. 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 Good. Good. Like I'm breaking character. There we go! Oh, wait, hold on. There we go! Yippee! Can I even become... No, I can't become sad with this, can I? Yeah, I can. Yippee! Okay, you ready? Thank you for the donation, Jonada! Thank you for the donation! Hey! And it disappears. I'm so happy! I'm so happy! Okay, let me try that one more time though. Oh, whoops, I didn't get to watch it. Just watch it real closely. There we go. Now it works. Okay, now. Give me a second. Add integrations, YouTube Studio, trigger hotkey by name, headbats. Okay, now all I need is to donate to myself. I'm not gonna beg for donations. How do I donate to myself again? By the way, I'm not actually gonna... I've already tried like real donations to myself just to make sure that PayPal doesn't give away my personal information. And it didn't, right? It gave you my Kaho and Yanako email and all of that, hopefully. Because, you know, you have to give PayPal your real information to, like, work it. And, like, your real name and everything for... What's it called? What's it called? Hold on, give me a second. For tax reasons. For tax reasons. But I can fake pay myself. I don't actually have to... Because PayPal stole 20 cents last time I paid myself money. And I'm actually mad. I'm actually mad about that. Alright, let's do it. Emulate. Test donator just donated well $4 and says this is a test. No, actually I think they should say hello world, you know, because I'm like, we've been talking about programming today, and so they should say hello world. No, actually wait, no, I've got it. I've got you. Give me a second. Give me a damn second. Do you have to, I forget, do you have to debug.print? I think you do have to debug.print. Alright, are you ready for this? Woohoo! And it works. Debug.print, hello world. There we go, now we know it works. Test donated just donated $4. Thank you very much. Okay, Miss Nyanako. Oh man. You know, this isn't actually, I feel like I used to have someone like in real life, right, who was not to say anything. I used to have someone in real life, right, who was had a bit of a crush on me. And it was pretty obvious, but I didn't really like them. Yeah, often test donator. Wait. Hold on, can I create like a fake? I don't think I can create like a fake username and start texting through that. I don't think it works like that. I have to use my Kaho and Yanako channel. But you know, I once had someone who had a crush on me, and they would call me, they'd also call me Miss Yanako, right, using my last name. And I was like, it was funny. It was funny. So that's just my one, because, you know, I don't work in a profession where I get called Miss, right? I'm not like anyone's boss or higher up, you get me? I guess I could get called like Miss on like, whatnot, like bills. Like any official like information or anything. I get called Miss, I suppose. But apart from that, it's like, I don't really get called Miss in real life. And so I completely took the wind out of me. Having someone in real life be like, oh, Miss Nanako. Okay. I'm tired. I mean, well, I think YouTube's a little bit broke. Oh, wait, yeah, no, YouTube's not broken. I take it back. I'm sorry, YouTube. You're okay. You're okay. You're not broken. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like I want to make more fun things for like chat to do, you know, like things that you can like. One of the fun things, I saw there was a streamer, every time, like for every 100 bits you donated, it would throw a rock at the streamer. That was funny. But I don't know how I'll do that. There's also, you can make a fart noise. You can make a fart noise. Yeah, any suggestions and like, I know, it's a bit tough, right? I'm always scared about like copyright and licensing laws and whatnot. I'm a little bit protected in Australia. Because if someone wants to sue me, they have to sue me in Australia. Because most licensing laws apply in like America and Japan and whatnot. And like Europe. But I'm safe over here in my little corner of the world. But no, you can sue an Australian as like a non-Australian, right? And you can, I believe Australia has similar like copyright laws. So, you know, it's whatever. But I'd have to download all the sounds and whatnot. Or like, what if I Foleyed the sound myself? What if I grabbed my microphone and became a Foley artist? Would you guys be down for that? Yanako, the Foley artist. Was it if you want to break bones, you just buy some celery and snap that instead? Oh man. Foley art, I feel like would be hard, right? Right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, I've seen videos and it's like, yeah, I've got 10 different kinds of shoes for like different walking sounds. I'm like, what? Not even I own 10 different kinds of shoes. The drumming on the tummy sound. You nearly, you nearly got me to slap my tummy again. To make a drum, but I remembered last time when I tried, it hurt a lot. Never drum on the tummy. I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm pretty skinny, so like, I've also been told it would like hurt more if I did it. I don't know. I would say, honestly, my model is pretty accurate. Apart from, I don't have purple hair, but apart from that, it's like, and I don't have a tail. The cat ears, we don't know about that. I could have cat ears in real life. Who knows? No one knows. Oh man. Food, all I can think about is food. But if I want to get fish and chips, I can't like, just go put it on real quick and then like come back. Can't really eat that, because I'd have to leave for like 10 minutes, maybe even more. 10 minutes. I don't know, where's the nearest? I don't think of where the nearest place is. It's not often that I go out for fish and chips. Yeah. Maybe, when am I feeling pizza? I don't know. Maybe I do just have the pasta in it. I think it is between fish and chips and pizza. Any opinions? Any opinions from chat? I don't know, how long am I gonna continue streaming? I did say today was gonna be a bit long, but I'm not sure, because I could also do an afternoon stream. Because that's a lot of the time when I like have the free day, I sort of do like, not every time, sometimes when I have like a full free day, I'll sort of do an afternoon stream as well. But no, actually, now that I think about it, the last time I did an afternoon stream, I started at about like 11 to 12 JST, right? O'clock. I'm not sure what that is in GMT. You're gonna have to do the math yourself. And I go to bed at 4 PM JST. And so it's like, let's say I ended stream right now, right? There is, let me do the math. 7 hours until I'm going to bed. What's the point of starting? Unless like the other stream is like an hour or two. What's the point? I think, I don't know. How long do you want me to stay on stream? How long do you want me? It depends how long you guys are willing to, why am I lagging? Stop lagging! Depends how long you guys want me to be here, of like, whether I just go grab myself some food now, and, you know, eat it, eat it on stream, or whether I, whatchamacallit? I just wait until I don't know, I'm a bit brain dead. You'll probably, it's 2 AM already? Oh my, why? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to yourself? Okay, in that case, I think I might just eat after stream. Anything you want me to do before you head off? I'm kind of free to do anything. I could play a quick level of a game. I could just chat. You could go to bed right now if you wanted. Who knows? I've got a question, right? You don't have to answer this, but I've got a question, and it's a very, very personal question that's going to reveal a lot about you. It's not. But I'm wondering, right? When people watch streams and whatnot, do they do it in bed? Or do they do it on their, like, desktop computer? Because most of the time, like, when I'm relaxing, a lot of the time I do it in bed. A lot of the time, I'm like, if I'm like watching, maybe stream is like, okay, if I'm like actually watching a stream, then yeah, I'll probably like watch it on like a mobile device in bed. If not, I don't know, I'll watch it like on my PC, because usually I'm like, I know I'm also doing something as well. But if not, I don't know, or if I'm like watching a show, I will watch the show in bed. Yeah. I don't know. But I don't know what other people stand. I'm currently singing Life Sleep, but I'm using in bed for sleeping. I like the usually word. Sometimes I sleep in my PC. I had a friend that was actually really bad with that. I had a friend once, and every time we would call, he would be like, oh, yeah, I'm so tired right now. And I don't know how he does it, right? But he would fall asleep on call in his chair. And I'm like, that's insane. Because right? If I'm like in the mentality where I'm like, I'm gonna stay awake, then I do not fall asleep. I'm pretty like, unless my brain gives my like body consent to fall asleep, I don't fall asleep. And that's why also sometimes I'm like, well, I gotta wake up really early tomorrow. I'm gonna go to bed right now. And then I'm like, oh, but there's something I want to think about. And I'm like, no, but I should go to bed. And my brain's like, no, I'm not going to give the body consent to go to bed if you're going to just think about things. And so, but no, I've never fallen asleep in, well, I guess I've fallen asleep on a car trip before. I've fallen asleep in a car trip. But I've never fallen asleep at my computer, is what I'm trying to say. I've never fallen asleep at my desk. So I find it a little bit funny when people do. It's also like that stereotype of like the office worker that works way too much, and they're like, oh, if I sleep at work and I only sleep for 4 hours, I don't have to take the commute times. If I just eat instant ramen, maybe I should have instant. No, Actually, I'm not in the mood for instant ramen. Plus, I don't really think I've got much left. There's like a flavor that my brother likes to eat that I don't like, and that's about it. Shucks. Looks like I'm just gonna have to have fish and chips. What did you call it? Chips and chips. Remember, whenever I say I'm eating chips, I mean eat chips and not chips, right? But no, it's like the office worker that's like, yeah, I wake up. I mean, I stay at work, go to bed, and wake up months later. Or like, even they're so deep that they're like, yeah, I brought my sleeping bag. I'd planned to sleep at work. But I don't know, I'm a pretty... I cannot function when I'm tired. I've said this before, I'll keep saying it. When I'm tired, that's... You know, people have asked me before, like... Which I think I've got many things, right? But I have genuinely had some people be like, literally, what can't you do, Kaho? They're like, literally, what can't you do? And I'm like... Quite a few things. The specific question is like, what, like, debuff? I think they said the specific word debuffs. Like I'm a video game character. What debuffs do you have, Kaho and Yanako? And I was like, I don't know. What debuffs do I have? I think one of the things I said is I'm, like, optimistic. Like, I'm a little bit too optimistic, right? Like, a lot of people consider optimism good, like better than being realistic. But sometimes I just do something and believe it'll work out. And granted, I think you know, I maxed out my luck stat or something because most of the time it works out, okay? Most of the time I do something really stupidly and most of the time it works out. She's cheating. Miss Nyanako is in creative mode. I'm not in creative mode. It's just, I'm like a level 100. No, I'm not. I don't have that big of an ego of myself. I mean, I'm confident, right? And I think that comes from like my background in performing arts. I'm confident, but I'm not, like, I don't think I'm better than other people. In fact, a lot of the time I see people and I think they're better than me. You get me? But, yeah, what I think one of my debuffs, I think definitely you can be over-optimistic, right? And also, I would say there's two kinds of optimism. There's three kinds of optimism. I would say there's three... Wait, did I just count one of them twice? I think I just counted one of them twice in my head. There's two kinds of... whatchamacallit? What was it talking about? Optimism, right? There's an optimism where you believe everything will work out. So like what I like to call future optimism, you know? There's like future optimism, like everything will work out. All I've got to do is try. And that's just how the world works, right? And then the other like side of optimism, like what I call present day optimism, or like maybe past optimism or anything. But it's like something has happened, right? Something probably bad has happened. And you just like in your own brain, you're like, well, life could be worse. That's like the other kind of optimism. And I have both of them. I first of all, I believe everything will work out no matter what I do. I believe I can never fail in life. And the other kind of optimism is like, yeah, something bad happens to me. Like, usually when I'm in a bad position, I'm like, no, I'm not. Generally, that's what I'll do. I'll kind of just, in my own head, I'll be like, no, I'm not. I'm in a great position right now in life. And then just deny whatever's wrong in my life. And it works! It works! That's the worst part. For me, personally, right? And I'm not recommending other people do this, because I'm not sure if this is going to work for other people. For me, personally, it works. I just tell myself, I remind myself of everything that's good in life for me. And I stop being sad after a couple of days. Maybe I'm a bit broken. Like, I've got, like, cheats. Are you even good enough to have imposter syndrome? Wait a minute, I just reread that. Are you saying I'm really bad at stuff, huh? Are you saying I'm really bad at what I do and art and everything? Everything I hope to be good at one day. And so I'm not even good enough to think that like I'm impersonating someone who's good because I'm just bad. Is that what you're saying, huh? I'm out of water. I'll drink some after the stream is finished. Granted, I've gone 5 hours without needing to piss. But no, I definitely agree. It's like the thing of like, I felt that. A lot of the time when I look at my art, I'm like, why would I feel like I've cheated? I don't think my art is really good enough for me to feel like I'm an imposter, you get me? Like, I'm still working to get better at my, you know, endeavors and whatnot. And I'm like, especially like with how hard I know I work when it comes to some things, I'm like, I don't think I'm an imposter. Here's one thing. If anyone watching right now, if any of you are creatives, right, you would consider yourself creative. If you're an artist, if you're like a musician or anything like that, here's my advice. Cheat. Cheat. The sentence is ironic because it in itself describes the imposter syndrome. Yeah. But no, cheat. It's what I'm saying. But a lot of my artworks I've found, if there's something I can't do, like, okay, obviously when you can do it properly, right? If you're creating an artwork and it's just a personal artwork and you don't really like have a like an account, you're trying to, you know, keep up like, you know, daily posts, you haven't really like promised daily posts in like any accounts or whatnot. Speaking of accounts, I haven't posted art in a while. I haven't drawn in a while. I've drawn in a while. Most of the things I've drawn haven't been things I can post. Most of the things I've drawn haven't been things I can post, but I'll get emojis one day. You guys just have to work to get me up to affiliate and monetized, really. Just, that's all. You guys, go on Twitter right now. Go on Twitter right now and post. All of you should watch at Kaho Nyanako. Do it! But yeah, no. What was I saying? So I got way too excited about forcing you guys to give me free advertisement. But you know, cheat. If there's something you can't do, and you can do it, right? Like you're not forced to like get it done in a certain time frame, I would say stop working on that artwork or the song or whatever you're doing, and then go practice that thing you can't do, and then come back and do it, right? If, however, like what happens a lot to me, you've got a deadline, then cheat. You know, if there's something you can't draw, you can either hide it or you can like sort of make it so low resolution that no one's gonna tell. Yeah, I think with a lot of artists, though, like, because cheating also saves you time, right? Cheating isn't just like if you can't do something. If you've got to get something done and in a quick time frame, cheat. Copy and paste. This is something I've done before. Nothing I've posted before because I respect myself too much. But for projects I didn't really care about, like, not projects as in like group projects. Single projects, I had to hand in an artwork, okay? I'm gonna confess, I had to hand in an artwork, I gave it downtime, I didn't work on it. Actually happened quite recently. This is one of the things I can't post because like I had to get the artwork done after starting streaming, and I'm like, wow, I've got much less time than I normally have. And so I kind of just copied things I've drawn in other artworks. Like if I wanted a bush, right, like a nice beautiful bush, I just copied it from another artwork and then pasted it in and made it like look like it fit. Also, like, when, once again, talking about like time-wise, right? You'll notice with a lot of artists, let me bring up an artwork from an artist I know. Not I know personally. I follow. I was talking about them before. Gawako, right? Or like, no, even, oh my god. I think I've got an even better example of Gawako doesn't work. Because I feel like Gawako still looks, a little bit messy, right? Let me see. Where's my, god. Where's my latest Gawako post? Where is it? They only post on Twitter. Alright, you're about to experience some lag right now. Miss Nyaniko's #1 advice, cheat. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you to do. Cheat, right now. You all should cheat. If you've got an exam coming up, cheat in the exam as well. Cheating is my #1 advice. No, cheat only when, like, I mean, as I said, if you actually care about the thing, like, if it's a personal work and you actually care about getting better, of course, you're like, of course, don't cheat, right? Cheating is a way to, like, make you not get better. If you're, like, at school and you've got an exam to do and you actually care about the career you're about to get into, don't cheat! But, like, I mean, I don't know, if you're, like, in high school, right? Like, I mean, for university, don't cheat. I would say don't cheat in university, because if you don't care about the career you're getting into, like, in the university course, why are you doing the university course? And at least for most things in university, it's like you have to do a subject you don't like to do, like, the thing. Like, if you're doing, I don't know, if you want to get into engineering, most of the things you're doing are engineering based. It's like you have to do English. It's like you have to do book reviews when you're becoming an engineer in in university. High school, however, I understand, right? There are a lot of subjects that you're kind of forced to do that you don't really care about, and it's like, it's never gonna affect you if you cheat. In which case you can cheat. Cheat, that's my #1 advice. Anyways, I think one of the best examples I found, and let me find a better image, one that's not gonna get me potentially demonetized. I mean, not that I'd ever get demonetized or anything, but let me see if there's a good example. Yeah, I think this is a good example. I think this is a good example, right? Yeah. Okay, let me, oh god. Where's copy image address? Browser? The head pads? Here we go. Oh, 403 forbidden. Oh wait. Did I mess it up? No, 403 forbidden? Just give me a second. Save. Close this. Open up my image. Where's the image? Oh, did I remove the image? New image. Bear with me for a second. And upload a file. And do this file. Whoa, so big. Okay, right. So this is one by Hidlume, at Hidlume on Twitter. If you want to find them, I believe I follow them on Twitter. I love their art, right? Look how beautiful this is. Wow. Look how beautiful this is. Now, if you, like, really wanted to get, like, artworks with this level of detail every time you want to draw an artwork, it would take you quite a long while. And so that's why you notice. If I just zoom in real far over here, you know, some things like, oh, the halo over here is like a little bit rough around the edges, you get me? The coloring, like, I mean, look, there's a little gap up here, up in the top, her right, our left, top left ear, right? And there's like, the coloring's a bit rough, the line work is a bit rough, like, look, it's just scribbles and all of that, and, you know, you can see, like, once again, the line work, it's a bit rough, and there's just a lot of, like, tools used that, you get me? You get me, right? If we go down by the chair, wow, why does this line over here go through the chair? But that's because, like, when you're an artist, you're told not to create art, like, as if someone had zoomed in. You're asked to create art for someone who's looking at your artwork. Now I've got to zoom this out. Zooming in is so much easier than zooming out. We'll be right back. No. Oh, no, I lost the artwork. Control Z. Come on, I got this. So how's your day been? How's the weather? Is it dark? Is it nighttime? You also create artwork for someone that's seeing your art like this, and it looks so beautiful like this. So my number one advice, if you can't do something and you have to do it, cheat. If you can't do something and you don't have to do it, learn it. Don't cheat. If you want to be quick, especially if like you're already at the level where you're professional, yeah, cheat. Quality is not in zooming in. Quality is how much people like your artwork. And how much people like your artwork is not based exclusively on how far they can zoom into your artwork and still be detailed, right? That's my number one advice. Anyways, once again, credits that artwork to at Hidlume or Hids. I don't know why they picked that as like the English name. But yeah, I follow them on Twitter, so there you go. Oh man. Alright, maybe do you need to go to bed soon, Jonathan? Should I end up stream soon? I'm a little bit hungry, a little bit thirsty. I kinda need to go to the toilet. So, any final things you want to talk about? Or do we just do our daily tongue twister and then end the stream? I should go to bed. Okay. I'll be quick. Tongue twister of the day. What? Hold on. No. I got this. Do you like me now? Am I forgiven? Oh, I'm too entertaining. Am I? Thank you. But also, I'm sorry, question mark? I suppose I'm sorry. Here we go. Peak content. Where is it? Where's my... Wait, did I actually remove it? No, wait, did I actually delete it? No, it's over here. It's okay. Yeah, just showing my password on stream. Here we go. This is a daily tongue twister. Are you ready? Also, I will be streaming tomorrow. Same time as usual. 2 AM JST. 10 AM Pacific time. 5 PM GMT. The day before, of course, for both of those time zones. Although Europe is now in my time zone. So take that, Americans. Take that, you damn Americans. Of all the vids I've ever watched, I've never viewed a vid as valued as Alex's Ingvid vid. What is an Ingvid? Oh, well, that's just a website. That's just a website I'm using. I'm on ingvid.com, by the way. That's where I get all my tongue twisters from. Of all the vids I've ever viewed, I've never viewed a vid as valued as Alex's Ingvid vid. Okay, final words. Say them now. I'm gonna say my final words, or you say your final words, and I'll respond to your final words after I finish my final words. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. It's always a blast to have people here, chatting with me, watching with me. It's always so fun. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the donation today, for all of the head pats. Thank you so much. It makes me so happy. Yeah, thank you for everyone who tuned in. What else do I say? I stream almost every morning at God, I gotta remember. 2 AM JST, 10 AM Pacific time, 5 PM GMT. The time zones before for those, the day before for Americans and Europeans. Don't, I got the Asians. Asians, we're all on the same day, right? It's Thursday for us today. I will be streaming tomorrow, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. So any suggestions, leave them now or leave them in YouTube chat afterwards. I will be streaming on Saturday, on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm pretty sure I'm streaming like every day now. I don't think I've got anything else on, do I? No. Wait. You know, I think I'm streaming like every day. Who knows? I don't really schedule too far in the future. Yeah, any suggestions for games you want me to play or anything like that, if you want me to keep chatting, just leave them in chat. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Please follow if you're on Twitch, subscribe if you're on YouTube. It helps me out so much whenever people watch or subscribe. You know, it helps me like reach new people, new hearts, so that I can protect their smiles and dreams. And yeah, I'll see you all when I see you next. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Do I normally say bye bye? Bye bye. I think I usually say bye bye. Bye bye.